August before they head back to school.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And then you have a group, NBS, as the consultants working on this. Are they also the group that's going to be coordinating with or discussing these things with each of the districts as we get together, or is that going to be staff? How is that going to work?
Primarily, it'll be a staff-led. We are going to do a couple of the meetings with NBS just so that we ensure we understand. It is not fiscally reasonable to have NBS do 50 of these. It would be very expensive to have them assist us with each of those for all of the districts. So for some of our districts that are smaller or less complicated, that'll be a city-led effort.
Okay. And the, I just lost train of thought. I think I'm okay for the moment. I'll let others continue in.
Okay. Councilmember Quinn.
Thank you. I guess I'm interested at a high level how LADs are managed today. Like, can you, again, I'm not looking for like a detailed, in-depth thing, but just generally speaking, how do we make sure that that work's getting done today?
Thank you, Council Member. And I'm going to invite our Superintendent of Parks and Facilities, Cindy Chong, I believe, who's in the audience, to plug any gaps that I fill. But, you know, that's a big reason why we're here tonight, Council Member. We have dedicated districts for zones, if you will, where these landscape assessment districts are issued a scope of service per zone. And we just have too many of them. So we have one contractor under bid. We have scopes detailed for each individual LAD, but part of the challenge is managing a consistent scope across so many in these zones for service. So what we're looking to do is have a better handle of what the residents within these unique districts need and want to see as far as frequency of service, and then align those budgets to reflect that service. But Cindy, if you can chime in on how we do quality control and our current agreements with the contractor, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Good evening. So as the program currently runs, we have 4 zones, A, B, C, and D, and the contractor goes through each zone. Primarily, they go through them once a month, and they get through one zone in 1 week, although 2 of the zones are larger than 2 of the other zones, so sometimes that bleeds a little bit. They report to me the work that's been done, and then I go through and verify that the work has been complete. They have a scope currently, which is for safety for the most part, and then for tree work, anything that's up to 6 feet, they handle with pruning, but anything that goes above that, we call in a separate tree company to address any issues. Now, when it comes to assets that are outside of the landscaping, so some of them may have a bench, some of them have a sound wall, some of them have some fencing. We handle those as a one-off as we need to. There are some assets in some of these LEDs that need to be addressed that we haven't yet been able to, but we're hoping to do that in this process. And some of the council members that have been on council for a while may have heard some of them through the years. So we're just very much hoping that this process will help us address all of those issues. But that's currently how the program works.
Thank you. Is it one service provider for the whole city?
Yes, it is.
How long has that service provider been performing that service? And I'm just curious about so when was that awarded? How long have they been doing that work for us?
Sure. Currently, they're on a 3-year contract with 2 one-year extensions. So it's a total of 5 years, and they're finishing out the 5th year of their contract is where they're at. So if I were to, circle back, it was 5 years ago that we went under contract. We did bid actually, I think it was 6 years ago. We had a different contractor, and we released them from that scope at that time because the scope of the work was much greater than what was being addressed by the contractor, and there were some issues with levels of service as we came on board, and so we realigned the levels of service with what the contract scope actually should be, and that's what we currently have. So the next time we go out, we should go out to bid to get a new contract, and it typically is a 3-year contract with 2 1-year extensions. You do not have to do the 1-year extensions if at the 3 years you feel that we want to send this out to bid again.
Got it. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm really impressed with the work that's been done to date. You know, that groundwork is going to pay dividends, and it's really important work to have completed. I am concerned that the overall timeline is still at 3 years in the presentation, but really 2020. It's not fiscal 2025 we're talking about. The work will start in fiscal 26, which extends us to 28. And I guess my concern is that, you know, if we load equally each of 3 years and things don't go as fast in the first year and a ramp up year and a learning curve year, we finish actually a 4th year behind trying to pick up the pieces and things. So I'm wondering if we can front load a little bit. And these would be comments I would bring back when you bring a proposal back for the next time you're in front of council. Because I think 3 years to wait for what we've already identified as a problem area is too long to wait, and 4 years would be like 1 year more than that bad. So I encourage you to find a path to a quicker adoption. Also, the engineers report that were written for all these areas, don't most of them have the same validity today? They were for a built-out subdivision, which has modest to no change, so the benefits analysis would be the same, and that's a question, actually.
We actually have our consultant, Sarah Mars, on the line, if she could take that question.
Good evening, members of the council, staff, and members of the public. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, I mean, we certainly can, push some of a larger load of the districts kind of to the front end of that to alleviate that concern. We really just want to be aware in terms of, of city staff, in terms of the capacity of staff to get out. As Delana mentioned, staff will be doing a lot of the community outreach for some of these. And so we really just want to make sure that there's a good balance there. That's part of the reason for spreading it out, is just so we can actually accomplish and focus on the districts that we slate in each given year as we move forward. So, but certainly I hear your comments in terms of, sort of how to spread that, and we can kind of look at what makes the most sense, understanding we're, trying to finish in a timely manner.
Thank you, Sarah. We were actually hoping you could address his question regarding the original engineer's report.
You cut out just a little bit there on my end. If you could repeat that question for me, please. I'm sorry, I must have missed part of that.
Yeah, the mayor's question was about the engineer's report, and that those are originally formed during the subdivision going in, and he wouldn't anticipate a lot of changes. So could we speak to the types of changes you might see in rewriting the engineer's report?
Well, it's not necessarily that the things have changed as a result of the subdivision. It's more from a legal perspective that things have changed. When many of these districts were formed prior to Proposition 218, so we have a completely different perspective legally in terms of having Proposition 218 passed, and also case law that has been adopted over the years. And so we do need to approach the districts a little bit differently in terms of analyzing the special benefit, separating the general benefit, et cetera, than what was done at the time a lot of these were formed. Not all of them were prior to Prop 218, but a good number were. So we would be, of course, making sure that everything moving forward on an increase in a new engineer's report is in alignment with current law and all of those standards that have been set for us, both in the laws and through court cases.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, what I was thinking of earlier, sort of like a two-part question. They're linked. One is as creating these lists and ranking them as to what comes first and second. Is the rankings based more or less or balanced between the dollar deficit that we're looking at for each one, or possibly the quality of the landscape that might be is lacking or needed in that area? And then once that is determined and we have these meetings, we talk to the folks and bring the folks up to what's needed, and they vote on it and get all done. Will we be charging these fees immediately or later? And so what's the order of the fee changes? So if one property, the very first one says, okay, we want it, we vote for it, when will that happen for their fee changes? And how does that enter into the contract work, which is based on a 3-year or up to a 5-year scale? So that's the process I'm looking for, is why are they up or down on the list, a little bit more about the evaluation, and then in the process, how are we going to get the fees structured and how quickly?
Thank you. So we've primarily prioritized them based on the greatest financial need, with the understanding that if we do get survey feedback that is very clear in one direction or another, that may change the prioritization status. If we get a very engaged neighborhood where everyone is very clear that they are looking, they are willing to increase their assessments and have additional services, that's an easier process. If we get limited or no engagement, or we get a very clear we are not interested in raising our assessment, that would also change the prioritization status. So right now it is based on financials, but we are really looking for our community members to let us know what they want to see. There are so many opportunities to customize. As we've tried to get across with 50 different districts, it's 50 unique stories. Some have areas, we were really thankful for the opportunity to pilot grazing in Westridge Knolls last year, and the feedback that we received was wonderful. The community members were excited to see that, and it's an opportunity that we've brought grazing back to Westridge Knolls again. If there's other districts out there that feel like that's a good fit for them, we want to hear that. Suzanne Young and the wonderful members of Willow Glen were here for the goals and priorities, letting us know that they're interested in a butterfly garden. If that's something that other people want to see in their districts, these are things that we need to know, and that's what we're going to go back as staff during that May to August period to come up with estimates of, if these are the elements that our community members would like to see, what those assessment changes are going to need to be in order to afford that. And then that's the process that plays out in the annual May to July. So we bring those resolutions in May, and then July the public hearing is noticed, and that assessment goes into effect that year.
Okay, good. So the fees are going to come back very quickly. Notice it'll be starting at the following January once that's decided. So it just happens because I do have I'm sort of like been maintaining one of the LADs with the city in front of my house. And so we're down at the bottom of the list in year 3. Just in case I can organize my community, because it's a small little community, small little area. If I were to organize my area quickly and request that, okay, we can, if you have data available, we could get ours up and running and going within weeks rather than 2 or 3 years from now. Much simpler, very simple one-day process. Because it's such a small, tight group of folks that we have in our community. So could we possibly request, if I can get that together and get organized for our community, we can meet and get that done. So is that a possibility that I could actually put us up a little bit higher if we get organized and really well ahead of time?
Well, I'm not going to commit to favoriting a district based on a council member's participation, but if we see that commitment from your community members through the survey, we would be happy to adjust the prioritization.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Quint?
Yeah. Can you tell me when, or if we know when the last time we had an assessment adjustment? Like, when's the last time that's occurred?
The assessment adjustments can always go down. So we have seen across the history for various reasons, sometimes services were pulled off and assessments were lowered. I don't believe that we have a consistent date of when another Prop 218 process would have went forward to raise them. Consistently, it's just been the 2% annual inflator.
So we've had like a 2% annual inflator, but there hasn't been that we know of a point in time where we've tried to adjust because something's been, not aligned.
I don't think we have gone back and done any sort of reorganization process or new engineering reports. We've done some new districts since the creation of the LADs, which I think those weren't all at once either. I think they were over time, but I don't think we've revisited them as we're permitted to do. I don't think that's happened. Thanks.
Got it. Do we see that changing in the future? Like, if we go 3 years and a district's out of whack, we go fix the district? Like, is that the goal, or is it we do a big project now and then we just sort of coast until it's not meant to be a misleading question or a poke in the eye or anything, but I'm just like, what's the end goal is kind of where I'm thinking.
Yeah, we're finding that managing the landscape assessment districts is a much more iterative process than I think we've experienced in the past. Doing this deep dive into them, we've learned a lot. Partnering with NBS, we have learned a lot, and it absolutely needs to be something that is on the annual calendar. And that's part of what we've built into the work with NBS, is reflecting on which projects need to get done this year. What does that mean for each individual district? The ability to go and look at each of the assets and their current state will give us a lot more information than we've had in managing them. I think it's just the sheer magnitude of 50 districts that has made this challenging to address, but the deep dive that we've done has allowed us the opportunity to see that they are all unique, and where we have in the past tried to group them together to make things simpler has really been a detriment. So we've learned that lesson, and now we're really looking forward to making sure that each district gets the due diligence that it deserves.
Thank you. And just one last, I'm just curious, like, what happens if you go to do an assessment and a district says no?
In that case, we would have to adjust the services to their current assessment levels.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to add, and Councilmember Quint, this is just one of the many examples of the city trying to right size and address things that haven't been addressed for decades. So this has plagued us for decades. Finally, we have the staff on board to be able to address it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right, and that's exactly the point I was hoping would be made tonight is, for all these developments that were put in, the intention was that to not burden the city overall with the landscaping. A subdivision pays for its own landscaping, and that seemed like a good idea at the time. But as the city doesn't even have the funds to manage we've been in distress for many, many years as financially as at the city. We're not able to even manage some of the assets of the city. The first thing that gets cut in times of financial crisis is parks, and LADs would be the first part of the parks that probably gets cut. And so it's just great that we're now looking at it as a can-do city and recovering on the items that we should be recovering and providing service for. So thank you very much for the presentation. I hope you'll stick around a few minutes in case there are comments you need to hear from the public during public comment. And I'd like to move over to general public comment at this time. And I'll lean on our city clerk for our messaging here.
Yes, at this time I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. So at this time, members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. We did receive 7 general public comments, and those are posted to the website.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. And how many comments do we have tonight? We have 5 speakers wishing to speak tonight, and so since we set our public comment period at 20-minute maximums, we have enough room for 3 minutes per person, our maximum speaking opportunity. So our first speaker is Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
Yes, my name is Catherine Babowski. I live at the Little Woods Villa Mobile Home Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway. First, I want to mention you spend too much time with a presentation, it gives less time for the public to be heard. That's not right. You spend about 45 minutes with the presentation. And also, too, I want to mention, too, I was told by someone today who lives on McDowell, this gentleman had 6 officers knocked on his door. They asked to speak to him. So he came out and he bent down to pick up his cat so his cat doesn't go outside. The 6 officers grabbed the guy, picked him up, and slammed him to the ground. They broke his shoulder. And also, too, I got a message from someone who lives on Eli. She said somebody from her, someone at her caretaker's house tried to break into her caretaker's house. The cops with the Petaluma Police Department was called. They never showed up. And also, too, the police department doesn't show up at the mobile home park either. When vehicles are parked on the fire lanes, blocking the fire lanes, obstructing the fire lane, that prevents emergency vehicles getting in and out to save people's lives. And there's a vehicle that's been abandoned against my mobile home since January 7th, 2025. Still abandoned there to March 3rd, 2025. Has not moved since, day and night, weekends or holidays. And that license plate is 83731Y2. And the cops don't do nothing about that. And I'm asking you, and the cops keep saying they're never going to respond. They're going to allow these people to keep breaking the laws. You need to get an officers out there, stop allowing these people to be breaking laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Chris Parker.
Good evening, City Council and City staff. We come together as members of Petaluma Mobile Residents United to partner in the defending, enforcing, and enhancing of mobile park resident protections. We are battled, but remain brave, and so are you. We are fatigued, but remain empowered, and so are you. We are challenged, but remain committed, and so are you. We are vulnerable, but remain hopeful, and so are you. From the beginning, we have stood up with truths, facts, violations, and resolve, and so have you. We find hope in these hard places and find the light in hope. Eleanor Roosevelt once wrote, "Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places close to home." Petaluma is our home. We choose to live here, to buy mobile homes, and live within our means. Who are we? Humble, retired senior citizens who have made a mark in their hardworking careers and now earn the right to live life in peace and calm. Humble, hardworking families, some working multiple jobs to make ends meet, who look at their children and their mothers and fathers and worry that the home they bought with hard-earned money is at risk with bad actors trying hard to push them out. Information has always led to the power of these residents. They have had to suffer the harm lodged against them, but still all we see is love for each other, love for our community, and empathy to lift each other up when all of this gets far too much to handle for their fellow neighbors. Information and resolve have led to unexpected outreach from cities and counties throughout this great state of California who seek our experience and our experience in fighting these bad actor large investment groups. While we patiently wait for the enforcement, the enhancements and protections, the lawsuits, the appeals, the parking issues to be resolved, and some sense of peace being restored, we, the residents of our mobile parks, know one thing for sure. We are not alone. Having been in this city council chambers week upon week, we see you all do hard. Residents may not agree with positions or paths to future self-reliance of our city of Petaluma, but one thing is for sure, your efforts stand at the forefront to make life better for each and every one of us. I have a little time, so I just wanted to say we began this last week putting back together a mobile home that we saved the resident's life, and rebuilding together is saving their home. I was amazed, and I shouldn't be amazed, that when we did an outreach to our community of Petaluma, 9,500 residents viewed what we needed and came forth to help us. It really is amazing. Respectfully, Petaluma Mobile Residents United.
Thank you. Chris Parker, to be followed by John Robbins.
Good evening. Good evening. I'd just like to say that Petaluma has made significant contributions to what is becoming a statewide and a national discussion about homeowners and affordability and the housing crisis in general. I'm proud and very grateful for the continuing effort this council has put through, the staff has put together, and it will definitely continue because this city is at the forefront, it seems to me, of a national discussion. And I want to thank you and staff for your participation and your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. John Robbins, to be followed by Angeles Cruz.
Good evening. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate what you do for our community. I love being able to be at these meetings and to watch what you go through. Subjects more than what we are involved with, but just generally for the whole community, and you're a great group, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Angeles Cruz? Okay, well, thank you very much, and that is almost our last card, and I'd like to invite Jana Hanania to speak.
I really didn't want to say anything tonight, but in reference to Catherine Mabrowski, every single week is the same thing. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that area. I personally looked into it years ago, and all her issues is with the property manager. In fact, if you guys are familiar with that area, you probably will laugh now. When I went there, I wasn't aware of the drainage, and I tried to turn. The front end of my car was in the drainage, and the tail end was up in the air. And it was funny. So I don't believe the police officer, they'll take somebody down without a reason. Petaluma Police, they work very hard. And as all of you know, I'm the biggest critic of Petaluma, but you got to give them credit where credit is due. And to my knowledge, nobody got slammed, nobody got broken shoulder, and everything is recorded. So if somebody called the police for call for service, the police is not going to tell them, I'm not going to respond. Everything is recorded. And so to me, it's just that issue is kind of beginning to get to me. So I just want to share that.
And before we bring it up to the council for council comment, I'd like to invite staff that if they want to make their getaway, this is their moment. I'm not sure if you're in for another item here, but
Mayor, can I have our police chief just speak?
And we'd like to have Chief Miller make comment on some of the public conversation this evening.
And a thanks to Mr. Hanania as well.
I just wanted to maybe we'll give it a heartbeat here and
sure.
There we go.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to briefly acknowledge the public comments. I think it's super important to acknowledge the professional standards department that we have within the police department. We also have our independent police auditor. And so oftentimes our application of the law can be challenging and difficult and triggering to watch, but we encounter a variety of really difficult situations with the community, often with community members that are in crisis or distress, and our officers use the utmost compassion, empathy, and professionalism in what I described as sometimes really challenging situations. So I'm going to delicately try to speak to that public comment. I'm aware of an interaction with our staff. We were reacting to a call for service from an individual in crisis. Very difficult, very challenging, and unfortunate. There were not 6 officers present. Our professional standards lieutenant has engaged with that community member in person or one-on-one, and they did not report being injured. We work really diligently to get our community the help that they need when they need that, and work with our service providers when they're available. So I'm aware of the incident. We're working with our IPA. We always review any matter where there's a use of force, show of force, or a complaint. And I trust my staff in the process and the systems that we have in place through our oversight model to appropriately review those. But I think it's super important to maintain the integrity and the credibility of our department when they work diligently and professionally in the course of their duties. And I would just want to acknowledge some of the differences between the public comment and my understanding from my staff and the coordination with our IPA on that specific incident, as well as the other comments about our responsiveness. You know, we work really, really hard to get out there and respond to every call for service. Sometimes it takes us longer than we'd like, but we do get to every single call. I myself, over my 20-year career, have been to Little Woods Mobile Home Park for a variety of parking complaints. We receive many from Ms. Brabowski in the hundreds throughout the course of the year, and find some of them to be credible and many to be unfounded. And as mentioned, private property and our ability to enforce certain laws on private property are limited. And so we do our best in those situations and try to be appropriate and reasonable, also understanding the limited parking options over in that community and some of the challenges our mobile home parks are currently experiencing. So thank you, and I'll leave that there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming forward. And also, I really appreciate you bringing up the IPA, the independent police auditor that's been stood up and in the last year or two for increased opportunity for input about policing matters and for increased transparency on policing matters. And I appreciate that body, that public committee exists and is getting heard. So thank you very much. Bringing it back up to council, I'd like to start at this end tonight and invite our council member Shribs. Probably should have given him warning, but any comments this evening?
Just actually, not as much as I thought I was going to do, but I just want to go over, there was several meetings I've gone to in the last 2 weeks. I'd like to report out on what I've heard and learned. Between the hospitality, the Southern Sonoma Democrats had discussions, political scientists were talking about both that's happening at the national level, impacts on us, but also another speaker about the, again, national level and impact on us for both housing as well as financing and services. And then there's a couple speakers that, again, some economics, because I was at the North Bay Business Summit, and they talked a lot about what's happening over there in Napa, and something as an example just to look at for comparison. So from a national point of view, we've seen what's going on there, and the bottom line is that monies are getting cut all over the place. Lots of threats are being made, and we really need to consider becoming a little bit more independent and capable within ourselves, take care of ourselves from this point forward, because I'm hearing from a variety of folks, whether it be grants being cut or services being cut or people being cut from various things, secondhand or third hand. I've heard from about 10 different sources of things happening already. People, money, services all being disappearing. So it's something to be concerned about, and we've got to act on our own from this point forward pretty much as best we can and take that into consideration moving forward. On the Napa, both the economists and the person at the city of Napa City, who was the developer in charge of development, was going over all the things that are going on there. Also, having been at the watershed meeting for Napa, there's a huge amount of really good stuff happening over there, but their county, their watershed, and their city are almost one and the same. So all three folks that are organizing in those three areas, the environmental folks, the city folks, the county folks, are working together as a team to manage the entire watershed. And they have lots in the pipeline, lots being developed, including similar things to what we are doing for bike trails, and then housing, and also for increasing businesses alike. Now, they've developed, they started this a little bit sooner than we did, and then it turns out economically, they said they have 3.7 million visitors per year coming to Napa right now, and that 56% of the jobs are actually near their river. And so they're really working hard to, and all sorts of features adding into their river area, whether it be buildings, bridges, waterways, flood channels, and the like. So a little bit more unified effort is happening there compared to what's happening here, because our county has the Sonoma Valley, the Laguna, and Russian River and the Eel River all being worked on at the same time. So our little Petaluma River doesn't get quite as much attention. So we've got to maybe look forward for that ourselves and work on it. But considering the topic tonight is, and what we did last Monday was a lot on buildings and how big the buildings are, where we're going to develop and such. So one of the things to look at is the history of recent history, the last 20 years in Napa, and where they've done financially, because economically they're doing really, really well right now with the amount of visitors and the money that's coming in. And do we want to go in that direction with our development, or do we want to stay local, small, cow town? And I think that's the balance that we're going to be reaching tonight and in their general plan. So just look forward to that.
Thank you. Councilmember Quinn.
Thank you. No liaison committee meetings for me in the last week, so nothing to report there. Last week, I had the pleasure with a few of my colleagues up here to attend the Economic Outlook 2025 Summit at Sonoma State University last week. And one of my biggest takeaways from that is that when you look out across the next 25 years, Sonoma County's population is expected to stay flat. So we're not expected to grow as a county in the next 25 years. And when you sort of break that down, and what does that mean for Petaluma? We know that Petaluma is one of the more expensive areas in the county. And so it's not easy to extrapolate, or it's not difficult to extrapolate that our population growth is likely to start declining over that time frame. Our population is expected to get older. I think the figures that I've heard is that our senior population is currently at somewhere around 30%. Imagine in 25 years that could easily grow to 40% or higher. And what might that look like for our community? When you look at the cities and the communities in California that are growing and their population is expected to stay in a more balanced area, it's really being, the underlying driver of that is an economic vibrancy and a resilient economy. And so I felt that was important to talk about a little bit, because it's something that we as a community, I think, really need to focus on and continue to support our economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarli.
So I have a liaison report for Parks and Rec. We discussed the new river park. There was a presentation about that. And then also Saturday, there was an event for that as well downtown at the old bank at the corner of the Boulevard in Washington. They went through some of the different pieces of that, activities they intend to hold, the plants, everything that's going to go into the park and connecting the big trail. Then they also talked about I'm probably going to say it wrong, but the sponsor a park program that they do. And that's where different groups in the community can help sponsor parks, take care of them. I also went to the Economic Summit with Frank, John, Janice, and I, and Brian Cochran was there too, Assistant City Manager. And yeah, I'd echo a lot of what Frank said. And then they did have a panel of local business owners as well, who have all found different forms of success. It's kind of a diverse panel between aerospace and food. One of them being from Petaluma, that was Jump Aero. And so, yeah, it was neat to hear their struggles and their successes and how that might be applicable to us as Petaluma. And then I also attended a small event for the Salvation Army Saturday morning where they discussed, some of the community services they're doing, providing food to seniors and others. And that was just a nice little event that Chief Miller, Karen Now, and I went to.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only 7 days since our last council meeting, but lots of local meetings and events to attend. At the Public Safety Advisory Committee meeting, we had an opportunity to hear from the Independent Police draft 2024 audit for the city of Petaluma. The City Council will get an opportunity to hear the final 2024 audit in April. And I'm very proud to report our city's police department is doing a wonderful job keeping our community safe. The independent police auditor has weekly meetings with our chief, as the chief explained, their command officers and the city attorney's office. The police safety protocols, training recommendations are made as well. Everyday interactions between the Petaluma police officers and the public. So be so noted that what Chief Miller was saying is true, that we are really doing our best in Petaluma with our police department, and I'm so grateful that our community is safe. I too, as Councilmember DeCarli said, attended the Salvation Army volunteer luncheon with the police chief, Brian Miller. This nonprofit provides so much to the community. They do weekly food distributions, back to school supplies to students, and so much more. And I wanted to read what was on the cover of their luncheon agenda. The heart of a volunteer is not measured in size, but the depth of the commitment to make a difference in the lives of others. And that really goes for all those in our community, Rebuilding Together, the mobile homes, the Petaluma People Service Center. All of us up here are volunteers that aren't staff. So it really makes a difference, and that's what makes community of Petaluma so special. Saturday, along with many others, I attended the local event for the new Petaluma River Park. This is their little brochure that's full of ideas that they want to do in our community. And at the Hall of the Above, the volunteers presented these final ideas for the community park, and it's scheduled to open in 2028. Okay. Guess what season it is? It's baseball season. So I got to go to opening day, Petaluma Little League, and my grandson's in the Petaluma American Little League, and they are celebrating 60 years. So I'm really proud of them. And it was their opening day for all the other fields too. So I went over to Murphy's Field, and the parks look great. The ball fields look great. I'm so proud of these young athletes and what they're determined to do. So if you need me in the next few months, I'll probably be at the ball field. And this was my grandma baseball era. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson. Tough act to follow.
It's always a tough act to follow, but that's okay. I just want to, I'll just make a couple comments since Karen was talking about baseball fields. The one on Maria Drive, we really need more ADA parking spaces. It's a huge problem. It's gravel and it needs paving. And my friend Randy called me the other day again because he's a senior and has mobility difficulties, and there's one ADA parking space in that parking lot. And, gravel is a problem, but really not having parking spaces for seniors is a big problem because they like to go see their grandkids to watching games. And I want to thank Chief Miller for clarification, really appreciate that. And I want to thank our mobile home park residents for coming every week, and we hear you and we absolutely stand with you. Last week I had a couple meetings with the SMART board, actually 3 meetings, SMART, SCTA, and the GSA, and the topic was all funding. And everybody's concerned about where funding is going to be because a lot of these programs are federally funded. So there's definitely a lot of concern and a lot of discussion. And then, as my colleague said, we went to Sonoma State for an economic presentation. There was a lot of great information and just a lot of uncertainty. Let's see what else. I guess that's probably about it. So I do have one thing to say on SMART. This is just in 1 week. The highest on a Monday last week was 3,763 writers. The highest on a Friday was 3,773 writers, and the highest week total was 23,268 people using SMART, and the average is 3,856 people using SMART. And that is, we've had 81,270 writers in February, and that's a 31% increase from 2024. So SMART is really the economic spine for our county, and it's moving forward. So it's exciting to be on that board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to all the other updates. Exciting news. I just want to echo the comment from the public commenter about housing being such an important issue. We heard a lot about the price of eggs and the price of milk and things like that, but let's not kid ourselves. The price of housing is what's breaking everybody's bank account. So I really appreciate that. I just have one meeting to report out on. I had a community meeting with the Riverfront community this week. We had members of our police department there. We had members from our SAFE team. We had Karen from our community development department. And we were talking about just sort of some of their concerns around the unhoused population and some of the issues they're dealing with there. Talking about some of the upcoming growth and development that's going to be coming to that community. And then I went and walked around and looked at some of the lighting issues and some of the fire issues, fire lane issues that they've been concerned with. And so I'll be providing some of those. But I just want to say overwhelmingly, there was a deep sense of gratitude from every single person in that room for the work of our police department, the SAFE team, COTS, our housing, and everybody who provides services around the city. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who does all that work because I just showed up for an hour and a half, but you're extremely responsive and proactive services throughout the year what lead to those great meetings. So thank you.
Thank you. And I had one meeting this week also. Our Continuum of Care Homelessness Coalition meeting happened this week, and it's an organization that distributes federal funding and state funding for the homelessness problem into our community. I appreciate our vice mayor having my back and joining me at the meeting. And there's a lot of worry what will happen when, and it's conceived as when we lose those kinds of fundings. So that was a grim night. But then also I was able to attend Know Before You Grow's active senior housing speaker this week. And it's a different view of what kind of housing could be built in Petaluma. And it was very engaging, very different. Also able to join or Die, which was Aqua School Petaluma and Blue Zones putting together a movie event basically from the book Bowling Alone. And it points out the need for us to be in groups, the need for us to join clubs, et cetera. And that's value of building community. Also, the River Park unveiling was a fun event. The folks that are volunteers in charge of that have done a first-class job on that. And I also wanted to make a shout out to all those who helped get the school's pool to fill in for the city's pool while the city's pool is out of service, especially Drew Halter, who was up on the dais earlier, and Kat Reisinger from the city. With the help from the school district of Michelle Devereaux and Amanda Bonavert. Really makes the swimming community happy to know they won't be without a pool for a period. And also wanted to note that SMART has just announced the completion date of their path that runs from McDowell crossing at Sunrise in that area to all the way to Pengrove, and scheduled a celebratory bike ride in late April. So there'll be more on that as we get into late April. And then also, I I love the city's new water meter system. I don't know if you've read the water bill or who even gets a bill anymore, but it talks about how you have real-time view of your water consumption now. And if you sign on for that, if you put your email in this system, should they detect a leak, you would get a note of a leak. It's a really cool new system, and I believe it was all grant funded, almost all grant funded. So staff's doing a whole bunch of really good things, and with that, I will pass it to the city manager.
Great, and I will just add, Mayor, that we are super excited that Caltrans announced Petaluma was awarded $1.5 million in grant funds through the Highway Safety Improvement Program, and that will upgrade 35 signalized intersections throughout Petaluma, including signal heads, lights, push buttons, and more, and will upgrade 2 high-traffic pedestrian crossings and installation of a new Lynch Creek Trail crossing at Sonoma Mountain Parkway. That'll include the flashing lights, pedestrian refuge islands, and other safety features. So super thankful to Public Works for making that happen. Thank you.
Staff is very successful at achieving grants.
We try.
This is fabulous. Thank you. That moves us to our consent calendar for the evening, and I'm looking up and down the dais to see if anyone would like to remove any of the items. And not seeing any change, I'm saying good evening to all our friends from the mobile home park. We would like our clerk to open general public comment and invite our clerk to read the messaging.
Yes, we did not receive any public comments on the consent calendar, but members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. And it doesn't look like we have any takers.
Not seeing anyone moving to speak, I'd like to bring it back to council and ask for someone to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Moved.
And that's a motion by Barnacle and a second by Shribs. Roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And that moves us to our public hearing, our item number 3, which is introduction, first reading of an ordinance to change certain appropriations for the operations of the city of Petaluma from July 1st to 2024 to June 30th, 2025, and a resolution authorizing and eliminating positions or funding allocations associated with the adopted budget by authorizing positions reallocations. And I'll let the explanation from the experts happen next. And to do that, I'd like to invite Jesse Gooch, our finance director, to speak.
Good evening, Mayor McDonald, council members, and our Petaluma community. I'm joined with me here tonight with Corey Garbarolio, our Assistant Finance Director, and Linda Lay, our Human Resources Director, and we also have Isabel Kraft, our Finance Analyst, who puts together this massive report for you 3 times a year. So the city reviews its budget on a continual basis to determine if any adjustments are needed. 3 budget adjustment reports are typically presented each fiscal year, 1 for first quarter, 1 at mid-year, and then the final at year-end. The majority of the budget adjustments that are presented tonight are resulting from approved council action in the second quarter of the fiscal year, so that's October through December of 2024, along with CIP project adjustments to better align our current year project budgets to our actual estimated expenditures ahead of the fiscal 26 budget cycle. A detailed list of all the budget adjustments is included in the staff report, and adjustments to non-general funds are primarily due to capital project changes and updates. The position changes included with this report include changes to vacant positions, as well as authorizations of additional FTE for Parks and Recreation and for Public Works. No additional budget is being added for these positions, as the departments should have sufficient budget to absorb the costs for this fiscal year. The impact of the new positions will be factored into the upcoming fiscal 26 budget. And Human Resources Director Linda Lay is available if you have questions on the position changes. So we are recommending this evening that the City Council adopt the ordinance to amend appropriations for the fiscal year 2024-25 budget, along with the resolutions updating position allocations and the FTE schedule. And also included in this item for informational purposes is a general fund update, which provides a recap of the revised budget, including these mid-year adjustments, and an updated 5-year forecast. And we do have a few slides to go over the forecast. There we go. And next slide, please, when you're ready. Next. Thank you. So looking at our revenues, we currently do expect our sales tax revenues to dip slightly in the current year and again in fiscal 26, and we are showing slower growth in the years after. And this is related to economic slowing in the larger region. It is not Petaluma specific. We are currently anticipating our other revenue sources to continue to grow, with property tax assumed to grow at 4.2% based on historical performance, and many other sources forecasted to grow at the target CPI rate of 2%. So overall, revenue growth is expected to grow at a slightly slower rate than our expenditures. And here we can see our forecasted revenues by category, with the city's top revenue generators being property tax, sales tax, intergovernmental revenues, charges for services, and transfers in from other city funds. Next. Shifting to expenditures, we've included salaries and wages at 3.5% annual growth in the out years of the forecast, and employee benefits at 6.1% growth each year. These rates are based on our current MOUs with the labor groups, updated CalPERS rates, and anticipated changes to insurance premiums. Cities are service providers, and employee salaries, wages, and benefits do make up 80% of each year's expenditure forecast. Other expenditures are forecasted at around 2 to 3.5% growth each year, with the exception of transfers out, which we held flat in the forecast. Like others in our community, the city has been impacted by escalating costs of both services and supplies. Expenditures overall are forecast to grow at an average rate of 3.7%, which is higher than our annual revenue growth of 2.4%. Looking at expenditures by category, you can see how salaries and wages and employee benefits make up the majority of each column. Other expenditure categories include our services and supplies, intergovernmental charges, capital outlay, and then transfers out to other city funds. And next. And when we layer the expenditure total shown on the red line against the forecasted revenues, we can see a balanced forecast for the next 5 years. We are currently working on creating a balanced general fund budget for fiscal 26, but we are facing the combination of softening revenue growth and escalating costs. We will need to implement budget balancing strategies as we move forward, and we do plan to discuss potential strategies in more detail with the council in May at the budget workshop. Overall, we are forecasting less flexibility to add new programs or services, and we will need to focus on preserving our current level of core general fund services. We are going to continue to refine this forecast, and we will bring you an update at the budget workshop in May. And we're happy to answer any questions, whether about the adjustments or the forecast.
Thank you very much. That's a lot to try and assimilate in a quick minute, but I appreciate it. And do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, in reference to what I mentioned earlier in the talks we're getting and seeing at the national scene for federal dollars, what type of dependence do we have on federal grant monies, or awards, or incomes that could possibly be affected? And are we going to have to compensate somehow for those changes that might happen?
So we're looking at that right now and compiling our list of federal grants. Currently, everything that is currently obligated, we are not anticipating to lose funding on, but we are keeping that in mind and reviewing things closely.
Okay, thank you. Just keep a close eye on that. Thanks.
I would just add also, and thank you, Jesse, Councilmember Shribs, we are also working with our service providers because they're going to be hit as well, or they're anticipating to be hit. So we are working on strategies with them, most specifically for our homeless service providers and
right.
Meals on Wheels and CDBG.
I assume that social services is going to hit the hardest, the soonest. So my anticipation, we're going to have to shift gears a little bit down the road here. So we're ready, I hope. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor now.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm curious of the sales tax from our auto mall. Is that also going down as the sales tax is going down in other areas?
Yeah, we are seeing overall in California just declines of vehicle sales. People did a lot of car buying a couple of years ago, and the demand has decreased, and so we are seeing those sales just overall decrease. It's not a Petaluma thing, it's just the state of the economy right now. But yes, car sales are impacted.
Do we get sort of an update as how it's fluctuated over time?
Yeah, so I can put together some general sales tax numbers for you based on category. We can't always disclose individual businesses, but we can put those together in terms of, transportation and type.
Okay, that would be really helpful. And do we forecast this drop continuing through the next year, 2 years? What is our forecast exactly?
Yeah, so our sales tax consultants are currently forecasting that our revenues will dip this year and then again in fiscal 26. And after that, we're supposed to be seeing some slow growth, like under 2% a year. So we'll have to wait and see how this pans out. Again, it's a forecast. It's an art, not really a science. So we're going to see how things actually turn out, but we want to be prepared.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, I think prepared is the buzzword for the next couple of years, isn't it? Yes. Any other questions? Councilmember DeCarli?
Do we know how that forecast compares to other cities in the county or state?
Yeah, we can bring you some comparables just in terms of general percentage declines. We don't have access to real detailed data from other municipalities, but our consultants can put together some comparisons.
Thank you. And Councilmember Barnacle?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's a little off topic. I know the Army Corps was going to be dredging for us. Have we gotten any updates on that? Positive, hopefully?
I see Jonathan back there. Jonathan, can I ask you to come up, our CIP manager?
You just mentioned the federal stuff. That's what jarred my memory.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So the last we have, I'm still waiting on final updates from the Corps, but it sounds like they're still planning on dredging in 2025 this summer. So we're working on cost share with them and the State Coastal Conservancy. So the State Coastal Conservancy is providing a grant to cost share for beneficial reuse of the material since Schollenberger is filled. And then we're cost sharing the additional piece so that we can take the material to beneficial reuse, and that's most likely going to be Montezuma as the beneficial reuse site. So as of the last update that I had about 2 weeks ago, we were still on track. So I'm still waiting for the project manager from the Corps to get back from vacation to get a new update.
Awesome. Thank you. Kevin, you might want to take someone out to dinner too.
And excuse me, one follow-up question on that, Jonathan. And the project you're describing, is that the turning basin or the turning basin and the river?
It's the turning basin and the river.
And the river.
Correct.
That's fabulous. Yep. Thank you. And Councilmember DeCarli?
Do we have any, I know everybody's concerned about federal funding, but do we have any indication that something like dredging would be cut, or is it just a concern at this point?
Well, we have our examples of the past where the feds didn't dredge a river for many, many years. So, we're hoping that this dredge will last us at least the next 5 years. So, fingers crossed.
Councilmember Shribs?
I just want to add, the mention was for Montezuma, for taking our dredge spoils there, and I was able to visit that last year and look at that operation. It's a privately run operation who are restoring wetlands by putting in our dredge spoils from the bay and from us in the future to restore wetlands. So it's extremely beneficial use that's going to be happening, and even better than putting it into our Schollenberger Park area and just filling it up like that. So I just wanted to, if anybody gets a chance to go see that, it's a beautiful site to go see wetlands restoration in a huge project that's being very successful and financially privately run profitably.
Okay, well, that's fine. Let's find those opportunities. And appreciate it. And that is our council questions, and I think I'm going back over to the clerk to ask about any general public comments on this item.
We did not receive any comments on this item, but members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk. This is for this item. Oh, it is. Okay, great. Then we have received some. And anyone else?
So we have, for public comment on this item, Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Maureen Gottschall.
Good evening. I'm happy to hear that some of you are a little concerned about what's going on in the country and what that's going to look like for our funding. It's also worth noting that that's going to, in all likelihood, have a significant impact on our citizens. And it's also going to have an impact on all the people who may or may not be coming to Petaluma to spend their money if the economy tanks or makes a dive, or if there's uncertainty, or if people don't have confidence. And so when we say that we're prepared, I'm wondering what that looks like, because I don't see any belt tightening. I don't see any consideration of whether or not to continue on with some of these big projects that we have. I see, fingers crossed. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing until, if something tanks, then we'll deal with it then. And as you prepare for anything, that is, not the time to prepare. And as we've seen, it's a bit ironic that the Economic Forum was at SSU, which, may not exist in 2 years. And one of the reasons that they are doing so poorly is that they didn't prepare. They didn't take into account the numbers that were coming through, their lack of students, their drop, everything that they should have seen coming, they did not see coming, they didn't prepare for. And I think it's really quite possible that they actually may not make it, which will be an unbelievable blow to the community. So I'm hoping that Petaluma takes a little bit more proactive stance in terms of trying to save money and anticipating where we're going to need to spend that, because if we just spend everything we have, anticipating that, things might not grow, but they'll just about stay the same, I think we're going to regret it, and we won't have any rainy day savings, so to speak, to address issues that might come up that I think that any reasonable person looking at what's happening in the United States today, statewide and federally, should be able to anticipate and more directly plan for. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you'll be very happy with our budgeting process and all of the reserve we're trying to put for this to mitigate this. Maureen Gottschall.
Hi, I just had a quick question. I wanted to know on the benefits section, does that include pension funding? So it's just a clarification.
Thank you very much. And that closes public comment for the evening. Do we have a quick answer from staff on that particular item?
Yes, the employee benefits amount does include our CalPERS funding, both our regular normal cost for current employees as well as our unfunded actuarial liability payments that are required to be made.
Thank you very much. And that brings it back to the dais. Anyone, any comments? And Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you for the report. I can assure you we're definitely taking measures and preparing. We're hoping for the best, but I think we are preparing for the unknowns. So, and with that, I'll move the item.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have Cater Thompson as our second, and roll call vote, please.
Sorry, just one second. Okay, Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And now we switch presenters and in fact, we move to workshop is how we define this. Next item. And I'm sure there'll be a minute of setup here.
That's water. That's okay.
And this workshop is a presentation and discussion of the areas of change, land use designation, and land use alternatives as presented in the land use policy framework in order to provide a summary of community engagement and feedback received and receive input from the City Council tonight to inform the development of a preferred land use map as part of the development of the draft general plan. So let's see, the way this will work tonight, staff will has this bundled up in several bundles. The first one is sort of an overview and where we are today, how we got to where we are today. And when they finish that segment, they'll move into the briefing book, which is attachment 2, I believe. And that will be broken into several portions so that we can talk about not too much of the city all at once. And so we'll break it into parts of the city. And after each of those segments about the city, we'll do public comment and council comments and questions and review what we've seen to that moment. So this will be sort of an iterative process over 4 or 5 different segments, five segments. And with that, I don't know if we're all fired up on all the computers and things, but I'd like to introduce our Special Projects Manager, Heather Hine, to take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. If we can give, these guys are running the presentation, so if we can give them a moment till we kick it off. Okay, looks like we are ready to kick this off. So again, good evening, Mayor, Council members. We are here this evening to talk to you about recommended land use designation and map changes associated with the general plan update process. I'm going to kick it off, and then I am going to hand it to our colleagues with Ramey and Associates, who I'm sure are now becoming familiar faces as we are well into the general plan process. So also have Brian O, Director of Community Development here for any questions or clarifications. So next slide, please. So this is the general plan update roadmap, and you've probably seen this many times before, but I'm actually going to pause here a minute because this is not only an important conversation we're going to have this evening, but this roadmap I don't think necessarily does justice to how much we have accomplished since we kicked this process off. So it definitely touches on how long we have been working on this, where we've been, and where we are headed. However, I'd like to take a moment to just give a little more detail on some of the major milestones. Starting with community engagement. So this process started out step one before we even went out for a request for proposal for to hire Ramey. We did a series of community engagement outreach to help us develop that RFP, to decide and hear what are the most important things to members of the community that this general plan update should cover. From there, that initial engagement to develop the request for proposal, we have done a lot of public input and our CCB review of the existing condition report, which was part of our discovery phase. Our visioning, which the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Excuse me. May I ask a favor to not use abbreviations for,
yes.
Yes.
CCB being commissions, committees, and boards. Where was I? Visioning effort. Our General Plan Advisory Committee worked very hard with our visioning materials to look at what is our vision statement, the pillars, guiding principles that really set the framework for all of the things we have done since then. We have done we went to almost all of our committees, commissions, and boards as part of review of policy frameworks that came out on 14 different topics. So we went back out both to the public and to those boards and to the General Plan Advisory Committee. And then most recently, we have been focused on engagement around land use, which is our topic tonight. So I just want to kind of underscore that there has been engagement throughout this process, will continue to be engagement, but it has been really foundational to the work that has happened as part of this process. There's also been several milestones, each with their own separate engagement, that have happened along the way, and that has been related to adoption and certification of our housing element, our comprehensive flood and sea level rise modeling, which used technical expertise and state-of-the-art modeling technology, and then that in turn, that modeling has been a primary factor in our land use discussion. Another milestone has been the adoption of the Blueprint for Climate Action, which the City Council adopted in November of last year, and is the city's comprehensive strategy to reduce greenhouse gases, gas emissions. And that was really a significant engagement component in partnership with our community partners. Most recently, Measure Y, which was the ballot measure on the November ballot to extend the expiration of our urban growth boundary through 2050. So that was another adjacent related milestone that has happened as part of the general plan process. That was adopted with overwhelming support from Petaluma voters. And again, this plays a really key role in our land use approach and that focus on infill development, part of this general plan. Also want to note that we are planning to kick off a zoning code update later this year. So that will initiate likely in summer and run concurrently with the general plan process. And the reason for doing that is the importance that once this general plan is adopted, that we have the tools to implement the general plan and the policies in the general plan from day one. This is something that did not happen as part of the last general plan and has really been an impediment in a lot of ways to review and implementation of the current general plan. So I want to note that because that's another really important component that we're about to embark on. So in terms of where we are on this roadmap, we are currently having this land use discussion tonight. The policy development has been happening concurrently. And so while we're before you tonight to discuss land use strategy, we're also still actively refining that policy in response to comments received, and those policies as well as the preferred land use will come together in the draft general plan. Once we do have that, that preferred land use map, that is also when the environmental review process kicks off. So kind of seeing how they all come together, and at this point, the direction received tonight from the council will play a really important role moving us towards that finish line. Next slide, please. So touching briefly on the community engagement I just referred to, I just really want to emphasize that we've done more than 30 public events. We did 2 rounds with our commissions, committees, and boards on both the existing condition report and then the policy frameworks to get input from those advisory bodies. We've had more than 37 general plan advisory committee meetings, and I really want to take a moment to really appreciate and recognize the work that the General Plan Advisory Committee has done throughout this process to date. They have been invaluable advisors and ambassadors of this process. I'm echoing in somebody's, okay. We've talked with thousands of participants in doing this outreach, and we have received several thousand comments on the materials that we have put out there for public consumption and community engagement. Next slide. So while our discussion tonight is focused on land use alternatives, I wanted to also just touch on the review that occurred with the 14 policy frameworks that were released. The first 13 of those, which cover a range of topics, were released together, went through a process for community review, including, as I mentioned, the commission's committee and board review for specific topic areas. The City Council reviewed those frameworks in September of last year, and those frameworks are now in the process of going through revision to address those comments and that feedback, and those revisions will be reflected in the draft general plan. Similarly, the land use policy framework, it was released slightly after the other frameworks, has gone through a similar process, including public review, Planning Commission, General Plan Advisory Committee. Planning Commission was really, is the land use based advisory body for the city. So got both Planning Commission input, and then General Plan Advisory Committee also really dug into the land use policy framework in 2024. City Council looked at that in terms of both the feedback that we had received to date as well as the policy framework, and provided feedback. And similar to the other ones, that's now going through revisions and will be reflected in the draft general plan. The one thing I'll note is, even though we're talking about land use designations and alternatives, the policies, the land use policies as well as policies and other frameworks comes into play and kind of layers on with those designations and the land use picture for the city. Next slide. So what we're here to talk about tonight is land use alternatives, which are really a culmination of the effort since 2021. And it also ties into other adjacent policies efforts such as the active transportation plan, the housing element. It also layers with discussions we have had about parks and open space in that policy framework, and a real connection with the flood resilience framework and the modeling that we did with as one of the earlier efforts. So it's been heavily influenced by those other policy frameworks, and also, again, heavily influenced the recommendations that we'll be talking about tonight from input from the community, from the Planning Commission, the General Plan Advisory Committee, and even from earlier discussion with the City Council. So tonight, the City Council's direction on the proposed land use designations and the areas of change that we're going to talk about are essential to this workshop. It's really the next steps in the general plan update process is going to build on that direction. So following tonight's direction, we will start working on a preferred land use map. And what will also happen concurrently with that will be a series of analysis that will happen based on that preferred land use map and the growth projections from that land use map. So again, it's all layering on with other things that we're doing, and that analysis and the land use map will be brought back to the City Council in the summer for approval of our final preferred land use approach, which then, as I mentioned, kicks off our environmental impact report and that process and gets us closer to adoption and certification. Next slide. So I've probably said this 3 or 4 times so far. So our goals for tonight is really to provide to you an overview of community input we've received on land use, talk about the land use recommendations within the different areas of change, and General Plan Advisory Committee input on those recommendations, and then discuss those with you and receive your feedback, your consensus comments on both those recommended changes and areas of change and the land use designation. So that's in that chart that was a part of your packet and the briefing book that was part of your packet. Next slide. So as the mayor mentioned at the beginning, what we've organized this into basically 5 chunks to allow the council to dig in and ask questions in a more workshop format for each of the 5 topical geographical areas. Also be receiving public input at each of those, and hopefully we will leave here this evening with some good direction from the council on what our next steps towards that preferred land use map are. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ron Whitmore with Ramey, and he is going to continue discussion.
Thank you, Heather, and good evening, council members. Good to meet you, the new council members. Congratulations. I'm Ron Whitmore. I'm a principal with Ramey & Associates and the project manager of the team of consultants supporting the city and its update to the general plan. Some of this is repetition from previous council meetings, so I'm going to keep it relatively short, but really did want to emphasize that we made a significant effort to get meaningful, diverse, representative community input on these really critical land use decisions that you have before you tonight. It started back in the late summer of 2024 with a concerted outreach effort through a combination of outreach and communication pathways before you on the screen here, including the website, posters and flyers posted throughout town, banners in front of City Hall, on Kentucky Street, at Lucchese Community Center, lots of boosted social media, mailers home with the children from school. Know Before You Grow hosted a forum specific to the land use policies, and then lots of email blasts and even an ad in the Argus paper. So we made a significant effort to make sure people are aware of this critical point in the planning process we had arrived at and the opportunities they had to provide us their input and feedback. And then specifically, people could provide input online. We had 9 different pop-up events at either locations that were high traffic and or held in conjunction with planned events where lots of people were in attendance, primarily geographically focusing on areas that were being identified as potential areas of change to make sure that we were getting feedback from people that frequented those areas or lived or worked or had jobs in those areas. In addition to those pop-ups, we held 2 different workshops, one on a weekday evening, one on a weekend. It was an open house style where there were lots of resources on hand, staff, consultants, GPAC members, arranged in stations around community venues where people could get a high-level overview of the approaches to land use that were being considered or take a deeper dive into specific areas, whether it was areas adjacent to the river, the downtown, corridors, et cetera. During this public review period, we also had detailed deep dive conversations both with the GPAC and the Planning Commission, as Heather mentioned earlier. These are the details of the land use workshops, which I won't reiterate. And then I do want to mention also, when we met with you, I think it was in either September or October in the fall, we gave you a preliminary update on the level of engagement we had done. We had made a concerted effort to make sure the participation was representative. We had published materials in Spanish. We had provided Spanish interpreters and translation at different events. We had several pop-ups where we had Spanish speakers on hand. We even held Spanish-only pop-up events. That being said, when we finished the initial round of engagement, our participation numbers were not representative of what we know to be the diversity of Petaluma. And so with your encouragement, we did a second round recently, early this year, targeting specifically collaboration with the Petaluma Family Resource Center, Cafe Puente, and both high schools, because we were specifically missing youth perspectives as well as perspectives of some of the harder to reach communities in Petaluma, particularly those that are not, their first language is not English or are people of color. And I'm happy to say that we had some success. This chart here, and I believe there's also a copy of this in your staff report, is the cumulative representation we got. And so as you can see, whereas that youth number, I think after the initial round of engagement was down near 0, we got it up significantly. And then likewise, the Hispanic Latino numbers increased significantly and now exceed actually what we understand to be the demographics in the city. So not perfect, but significantly better than the first round. And so we have a high level of confidence in the input that we've received on these critical land use questions. As both Heather and the mayor have mentioned, most of the workshop is going to be in kind of an area by area sequence, but we did want to first just give you kind of a very high level overview of some of the material that you have in your agenda packet this evening. First thing we want to emphasize is that fundamentally the goal has been driving our land use discussions from the get-go, fundamentally has not changed. And the areas of change that we discussed with you as far back as last April, then in more detail in sorry, I keep forgetting which month it was, September or October. They fundamentally haven't changed. What we have tonight before you is more specific recommendations refined through this community engagement process. But overall, we're still trying to do the same thing, which is basically de-intensify development adjacent to the river in areas that we know are projected to suffer from significant flooding in the future, and that's both upstream and downstream. And then look at intensification of development in those areas that we know are particularly well suited for it, either to increase activity in critical city areas like the downtown core and or corridors, make sure there's plenty of opportunity for more people and housing and jobs to be along transit corridors, near transit hubs, but fundamentally try to intensify in the city center and along key corridors, Petaluma Boulevard North, South, and Washington specifically. And then also, and this is where the land use areas of change intersects with the 15-minute center idea that plays a significant role in the policy framework. We also looked at other specific nodes, you might call them, around the city, where in addition to identifying them as places where we'd like for them to evolve into these one-stop neighborhood centers, we also think some land use change would be appropriate to support that process. And so there's several different spots around the city where we're also looking at land use change. And then finally, and this is less of a focus tonight, but there are a significant number of strategies in the framework that focus on the fifth piece of this picture, which is really supporting the evolution of existing residential neighborhoods, both through allowed intensification of residential use, higher densities that is, but also the integration of non-residential uses into what are otherwise predominantly single-family neighborhoods. So again, nothing's changed about what we're trying to achieve or our overall strategy. We're coming to you tonight with some much more refined and specific recommendations for what land uses specifically to change in particular areas of change that we'd previously discussed. I should note, and there's a section in the staff report that covers this. Throughout the process, and even very recently, different property owners and or community groups have come forward with suggestions for change in a variety of areas around the city, and they're highlighted in the staff report. And the staff report also includes a summary of both what we've heard and some considerations for City Council. Several of these will be addressed through either ongoing or planned efforts. Specifically, as I'm sure you're aware, two significant planning efforts are to be planned. One is the specific plan for the North Smart Station area, which you already have funding for, and for which we've kind of deferred some of the critical land use decisions in that area, particularly very close to that North Station. And the other is the Fairgrounds master planning process. This slide simply shows what we're proposing tonight for the council to consider as land use changes, and very much look forward to getting your specific feedback on. Again, you'll see these changes in areas that have been our focus from the get-go. Lots of attention to the upstream area, each of the main corridors, the city core. River Park we'll also talk about tonight, and then some different specific existing commercial areas and other nodes where we think there's opportunity to consider a change in use and or intensity of land use. I know there have been a lot of questions in the community about heights and what fundamentally these proposed changes would do or not do. And so we thought it'd be helpful to very quickly summarize what that is. So currently, in your current, this is primarily through the Central Petaluma Specific Plan and the corresponding SMART code, the areas in the city that allow more than 5 stories are shown on the map here. In the hashing is where, with Planning Commission approval, the SMART code T5 zone would allow up to 6 stories currently. Likewise, the SMART code T6 zone allows 6 stories by right in those darker purple areas along Petaluma Boulevard, Washington, and near the downtown SMART station. So this is where people could currently build higher than 5 stories, or 5 stories or higher, excuse me. And then this is all that we're really proposing to add to that with your concurrence. So we're suggesting that 5 stories be allowed by right in a couple places, 2 along North McDowell, the Plaza North, and then what people refer to as the Healthy Petaluma site, just up the road from there. And then in a section of, on either side of Washington Square, if I misspeak, Troy, you can interrupt me, between Lakeville and Wilson, again, very close to the downtown SMART station. And then the areas where we're recommending 6 stories be allowed would be across from the station, across Washington from the station, at the area that's currently occupied by a CVS and some other non-residential uses, as well as the area from Copeland to the Turning Basin. And then the one place in the city where we think 8 stories is appropriate would be immediately adjacent to the downtown SMART station to allow for people to live in high densities very close to the station. Obviously, they're having many benefits, including the opportunity to reduce vehicle miles traveled. And we can get into this in more detail, but just by way of summary, we wanted to give you a heads up about where, under the current recommendations, development greater than 5 stories would be permitted. So in sum, this slide shows together, if all of these recommendations were accepted, this is be all the areas in the city where 5 stories or more would be permitted.
Ron, can I interrupt just to a nuance? The purple along Petaluma Boulevard South, the dark purple, while it is that T6, it does have a requirement for 3 stories along the frontage. Yeah. So it's a requirement that you don't have the 4 or 5 or 6 along the frontage. It starts at 3 and it could step up as it moved away from that frontage. So I just want to point out that there's a little nuance there along Petaluma Boulevard on that, I guess, west side of Petaluma Boulevard.
Thank you, Heather. And that's a really good point. We actually tried to apply a similar nuance in several of our recommendations, really trying to be very sensitive to adjacent uses to maintain compatibility, while at the same time allowing for higher densities and intensities where appropriate. Just very quickly, we know that there's a lot of information in the briefing book that you received, but did want to give you a very quick overview of what's in here if people haven't yet had a chance to dive in. This is simply a copy of, I think, page 2 of the briefing book. I just want to point out a few things here. One is the drivers of land use change. Those all come directly from what we heard from the public and have been really informing everything we've been thinking about with potential land use change from the get-go. So we wanted to put those, really front and center. And we keep referring back to those consistently because they really represent the values base of the community and the vision it has for the future. And always check ideas that we have against how well it, how many items on this list it checks, how well it's consistent, how consistent it is with this vision the community has been very clear about for land use in Petaluma. Excuse me. And then in the upper right-hand corner, just a reminder of some of the things you've seen before and that we're not going to reiterate tonight. We've talked a lot about existing conditions in the past, these drivers of land use change. We talked extensively about the areas of change, and you help us refine those. We talked with you about the alternatives and talked with you about the land use framework. And then what's new tonight really are these recommended potential changes to land use designations, the land use map changes that we invite you to consider. As framing for that, the summary of community feedback, and then each area by area specific proposed land use change. And a few orienting icons at the bottom here. In the alternatives that we presented to the public, and they're repeated here in the cut sheets for each area, are the summary of the impact on a visual basis, showing the level of intensification, or de-intensification as the case may be, and then whether a proposed change in the allowed mix of use was considered. To help you kind of look at things at a high level and not have to dig into the details, we provided a thumbs up, thumbs down summary to summarize what we generally heard from the public. And then because we know that the pathway to carbon neutrality is so critical for the community, we did point out where relevant, where there's alignment in the recommendations with the major land use recommendations in the blueprint, and that's specifically TLUC1 in the blueprint, which speaks specifically to the need for land use and transportation alignment with the community's carbon reduction goals. The bulk of the briefing book are area-specific sets of cut sheets that we refer to them, and there's 4 generally in each of these, plus some supporting images. The first simply summarizes what are our current conditions. There's an aerial, there's a snapshot of the current general plan land use designations, an explanation of the permitted uses and intensities for each of those, and then again putting the drivers of change front and center for that area. The second sheet then shows simply what we presented to the community as options, just so you're very clear on what people were responding to, including at the top a summary of what we were trying to test or ask about or get some input on, and then what was often 1 to 3 options we presented, including the nature of the land use change that it would result in or could result in. And then the third page is really critical because that's the summary of what we heard from the public. And what you've got are a summary of the types of uses in usually the upper left-hand corner, ranked in order. And I should note that these represent the cumulative input we got, including both the summer-fall 2024 input as well as the more recent targeted engagement. Likewise, for the scale of desired change, from no change to transformation. And then finally, a summary of the feedback we got on specific alternatives, along with a GPAC, summary of the GPAC's direction. And I should note, and I need to own this because it's my responsibility, there's 2 GPAC summaries in here that are not 100% accurate. They do not reflect accurately the most recent January 16th meeting GPAC feedback. It's my fault. I was the one making the corrections and didn't do it correctly. And it's for the River Park and Washington Square sheets. So the GPAC summaries for each of those are unfortunately an amalgamation of what we'd previously heard from the GPAC and some aspects of what we additionally heard in January, but not 100% accurate. So I apologize for that. And then finally, on the 4th cut sheet are our recommendations. And on that sheet, you have a map showing what we'd suggest the land use designations be changed to, as well as a quick summary of the designations that would be used and their permitted intensities and uses. And then critically, reminding all of us, like, what is driving change in this specific area, and how does our rationale for this recommendation correspond with that? And then likewise, as Heather mentioned, land use alone does not achieve all the community's goals. It needs to be complemented with policy, and so we've done our best to summarize concisely the related supporting policy, both in the land use framework and other policy frameworks. One or not quite final note, as Heather mentioned, after tonight, we hope to get clear direction from council tonight, because what we need to do next is analyze the impacts of the land use changes that are being considered. And we want to do this in a number of ways. One is, as many of you are aware, state law requires that the city any land use changes not result in a net loss of housing capacity. And so we need to confirm that the combination of changes, some of which may intensify uses, some of which may de-intensify uses, as a sum does not result in a net loss of housing capacity. We also need to do growth projections based on the level of land use change, both in these areas of change as well as the adjustments in standards associated with land use designations that are applied citywide at this point. We also know people are concerned about travel and congestion, and so we want to do transportation impacts analysis that would be reflected in the environmental impact report, including how the land use change would result in mode or support mode share shift, changes in VMT, changes in average daily traffic volumes, and then volume to capacity ratios on select roadway segments. We also would look at the net change in both income, city revenue, and expenditures as a function of the land use change. And then finally, at previous meetings with the council, we have heard some suggestions, requests, questions about various aspects of either the fiscal the economic and or market dimensions of some of these land use changes. And so if council does have specific economic or market-related questions, it'd be helpful to know what those are tonight so that we can make sure we address those as well during our upcoming analysis. So again, to summarize, and we'll do this area by area, and then for the recommended changes in land use designation standards, we would like your recommendation or modified recommendation for each area of change as summarized in the briefing book, and then the land use designation chart, which is attachment number 1 in your agenda packet. Mayor, that concludes our initial overview presentation.
Right. It's much appreciated. I think you set the table real well. We're going to move into our first region of the city with right now. Okay, let's do that.
Okay. So just a couple things we have at our disposal. So depending on your questions or the information you'd like at hand, we have a number of slides that we have prepared as backup to support certain types of questions. We also have the briefing book that we'll refer to and use as we introduce you to each area of change briefly. We also have a online web-based geographic information system map that we can also put up on the screen and refer to and turn layers on and off, and that may also help us zoom in on and answer certain questions about some of the potential changes. So please just let us know which tool or set of tools would be most useful to support your questions and discussion. And the reason I say that, because I need to shift what I'm sharing at this point. It worked. Great. So, and correct me if I get this wrong, anybody, but I think the first set of areas we're going to tackle are those that are adjacent to the river. So first we'll look at the upstream area, and then I believe the downstream area and River Park. Was there?
With the outlets.
And the outlet, thank you, yes, thank you. I think along with the upstream area, we'll also take a look at the outlets. They were handled separately through the community engagement process and in the policy framework and in the briefing book, but they're all immediately adjacent, so it's helpful to look at them together. So briefly, I'm not going to go through in detail the existing conditions on each of these sets of cut sheets. I'll focus primarily on the recommendation, because you've had access to this information previously. But just to be clear what area we're talking about, it's the set of parcels north of the Weir or Lynch Creek, many of which are currently vacant, some of which are developed, and that comes into play in our recommendations. And just to really ground us in what we're trying to achieve here, I do want to highlight the drivers of change. We very much, and this is true throughout the general plan update, have been trying to have all of our policies and land use recommendations be consistent with the River Access and Enhancement Plan. Part of that is to protect and preserve the river ecology and riparian habitats. Another part of that is enhancing public access along the river corridor. And then in this area in particular, it's projected to flood significantly, and so a major consideration was how to best mitigate for flood hazards. We presented two options, and put most simply, one was an effort at de-intensification by reducing or limiting the amount of residential development that would be permitted upstream. The other was the one we knew, which was much more consistent with a lot of the community sentiment. Alternative two was a more comprehensive de-intensification, which would be most consistent with, is it the River Foundation, the community-based efforts that it's been?
Friends of the Petaluma River.
Thank you, sorry. It's been working quite extensively on conceptual plans for this upstream area. So we very much were trying to align with what we understood to be the intent of that effort. Generally, not surprisingly, people preferred retaining open space, parks, small-scale ag in that area with some small retail and services largely we would assume to maintain existing uses, and then otherwise didn't want to see a whole lot of change, wanted to keep things largely open space. And the GPAC was fully supportive of that general sentiment. So quite a bit of community consensus across the board. And so what we're recommending, and this will require a little bit of explanation, is basically to do that as best we can, and Eric chime in here as helpful. This is not alternative to, which is obvious. What it does do, though, is to try to reduce residential uses as an allowed use where we know there's significant flood hazards, hence the application of the maker designation, which doesn't allow residential use, maintaining that at the outlet, extending it just north of the outlet, and then also to areas to the south. So try to keep people, residences out of harm's way in known flood hazard areas. And then on the vacant parcels to the south, both on the east and west sides of the river, reduce from a medium density residential designation, which is the current designation, to a lower intensity, diverse, low residential designation that does not encourage single family, because we thought that was inconsistent with the broader community vision, but instead allows a level of intensity that encourages cluster housing and plex housing so that it would maintain flexibility on the site for future development. Now, this is a critical case where land use designations alone are not sufficient to accomplish all of the city's goals. And so what we were trying to do is look at comprehensively how the policies in the land use policy framework, as well as other frameworks, can also help us achieve the goal of minimizing or de-intensifying future uses in this area. And those that we found most helpful were in Land Use Policy 5.1, which was really an effort at incorporating into the general plan the strategies in the River Access and Enhancement Plan, and specifically doing that in two ways. And I think this is where the ArcGIS map might be particularly helpful. So here you see that same map with those proposed general plan land use designations. I'm going to turn them off for a second to show you how two aspects of Land Use Policy 5.1 would apply. The first is in blue, the upstream resilient sector retention area, which in simplistic form is an area showing the projected future flooding of 2 feet or more in this area, and Policy 5.1 would prohibit development within that retention area. The idea is we, to protect public safety, would need to keep development out of that area to support flood mitigation strategies. And then the other aspect of the policy is called a river buffer. And the intent of that, and it's shown here in green, is, and I believe it's 200 feet on the north or east side of the river and 75 on the other, again, as reflected in the River Access and Enhancement Plan. Basically, acting in the same way as your current urban separator, which allows for the transfer of the development rights of that land area to be transferred within the same parcel. So it doesn't reduce capacity on the site per se, but forces it away from the river. The intent being to retain, maximize river access, retain an area for a river adjacent trail and other parks and open space amenities. Likewise, as you see on this map, is a little note showing that this site, the left, I guess the southeastmost parcel, also is identified as a future park location, and I believe it's a 10-acre community park that's identified for that assumption that is through the combination of reducing the allowed density of housing plus the application of the upstream resilient sector retention area and the river buffer and the dedicated park space, that it would fulfill the goals of the community through a combination of strategies. I'm going to jump back to the cut sheet. I see Eric wandering around here. I'm wondering if I'm in trouble. I just want to check on this to see if I'm missing any critical elements to highlight here. Heather, Brian, anything I'm missing that's critical on upstream?
No, I think you covered it, and I think when you do, and I'm not sure how many of the council members got into that link in your staff report for the ArcGIS, but when you really zoom in too, it gives you more detail. It's not exact because although the flooding is probably more than the buffer, because the buffer is based on top of bank, so there's some variation there and would be looked at on a case-by-case basis. But just wanting the community as well as the GPAC, as Ron mentioned, we're very aligned with wanting this area to remain open and no development happening. We looked at this needing also to make sure that we were staying consistent with what the city could do in terms of reducing development potential on private property. So there's a balance here, and trying to look at a variety of strategies to realize the vision of the community while also staying within what the city can do when looking at reducing development potential on private property. So I'm happy to answer any questions with that, but that's where we landed with this approach. Another thing I want to point out is this area of change did change slightly based on a recent GPAC General Plan Advisory Committee meeting, where the Cinnabar parcels on the west side of the river, that large undeveloped area, that got pulled into this area of change. That's currently designated for medium density residential development, recognizing some of the trees on site, the slope, the riparian corridor. The GPAC felt like it was not that it couldn't have any residential development, but probably that designation needed to be reduced in terms of the allowable density to allow it to stay away from those sensitive resources.
Ron, I'll just make one quick comment. Brian O, Director of Community Development. There may be a global comment, I think, just worth mentioning. We talked through some vacant parcels, but there's also one thing that you'll can't help but see as we walk through each of these areas are what about the existing property, what about the existing uses? And so I think a perfect example of that is the outlets. And so that was a focused, so Ron, if you just go back to, or are you going to? We can show the outlet slides if that's helpful. Just back to that first map that showed everything. So if you just hover over, it's the dark red in the middle. The outlets essentially has its own land use and zoning through a PCD, Planned Community Development, or Planned Unit Development. We have a lot of that throughout our town. And so one lens that we look through in proposing recommended changes is how do we, for the uses that we want to see continue, the community wants to see continue, how do we preserve that? And so this is one example by proposing the maker land use designation. You're starting to see this arts and entertainment sort of hub that's starting to develop at the outlets. How do we build off of that to ensure that something that is, I think, pretty special that's happening there, continues to happen over the next 25 years.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Can I ask it now?
Were we going to try and work through the outlets and then come back to the questions?
I think we were going to
Cat's out of the
quickly,
bag, you let us start asking questions now.
I think we were going to quickly cover the river adjacent areas, then we could go to questions and discussion. Is that correct?
That would put us with public comment on this segment as well, and then come back to do the outlet and discussions.
Yeah.
I can wait. I can wait.
Yeah, so we're doing the river, upstream river, the outlets, the downstream, and the river park. Maybe not in that exact order, but those are this chunk. We'll run through those, do public comment, discussion, and direction from council on those.
All right, let's keep our questions till we get through that collection of work.
Okay. Great. Just to quickly supplement what Brian was just sharing, it's a real critical point. We did address these separately during engagement, which is why there's separate sections in the briefing book for them, but they are very much all the same area. And so you currently, as Brian mentioned, have community commercial on this site. We invited people to provide us feedback on either diversifying the uses, allowing residential through a mixed-use designation, or in the spirit of protecting residences by keeping residents out of the flood-prone area, making it maker, which would be it's a very permissive, non-residential mixed-use designation, in short. And a lot of interesting feedback. There actually was a fair amount of interest in housing in the area, but also a mix of lots of other uses, and quite a bit of interest in like doing something new and different with it. Kind of noting that it's kind of an oddball historical development there that serves an important purpose, but in its particular location it just presents challenges in terms of accessibility by bike, ped, transit, not being near a lot of other housing. Just an interesting kind of nut to crack. And people recognize that and had lots of ideas for what to do. And so what we're recommending, as Brian mentioned, is retaining a non-residential use, but greatly diversifying the permitted uses, recognizing that it's already evolving. As you may have seen in the public comment provided for tonight, it's already diversifying in uses, and so we really want to establish a designation there that would allow, again, the continued creative uses for that site, but at the same time, keep residential out because it is flood prone. It was designed as developed to mitigate flooding, but that site, portions of that site and adjacent site are very much flood prone as we understand it today. So that's the combination of upstream and outlet sites. I'll now shift to downstream, I think, and then back to River Park, because we propose a similar approach for this particular downstream area. And what we're really specifically talking about is this area just south of Lakeville on the east side of 101, just north of the marina, currently designated a combination of mixed use and neighborhood commercial. Main drivers here, we're trying to keep residences out of harm's way while at the same time allowing for employment and job diversification. And so we basically asked people, like, what do you think of the idea of retaining the current uses but prohibiting future residential use by applying the same maker designation that we're suggesting for the outlets? And the rationales I've explained is to allow a diverse set of non-residential uses but keep residences out of harm's way. And then finally, up to the River Park. Where is it? There it is. Thank you. Interesting site. One of the historic industrial sites for the city. Lots of consensus that that's not necessarily the most and best use for the future. It's been purchased by I'll try to get this one right, for River Park Foundation, is that correct? And they concurrently with this process have been developing the conceptual plans. We've done our best to stay in alignment. They just had and released updated plans the other day after we released these materials, so we'll continue to work with them to ensure alignment between their plans and our plans. But basically, the drivers here are, again, to implement the River Access and Enhancement Plan, protect open space, enhance public access, while at the same time taking advantage of this unique location near the heart of the city, and considering the mix of residential and non-residential uses that might be appropriate there, as well as its proximity to the SMART station, and enhancing the housing choice for residents in an area that's otherwise already very close to lots of community and public amenities. So have lots of different ideas for what to do with this, presented 3 different kind of combinations of mixes of residential and non-residential use. I'm not going to go into the details here, but this is what people were providing feedback on during the public review. And generally, a lot of support for the addition of housing, less support for the addition of non-residential uses, and then mixed support for the combination of the two. And so we noodled quite a bit and talked with the GPAC about this, and we're trying to also at the same time remain consistent with what we understood to be the plans of the Park Foundation, and are recommending a combination of maker to preserve some economic development and employment uses on the site, while at the same time providing for mixed use, presumably incorporating housing on the bulk of the site, and then with a step down adjacent to the existing largely single-family residential 2-story development just downstream. Did I hit all 4? Okay. All right, now we will pause and support the council's conversation.
All right, thank you very much. That's a lot of river access parcels we're talking about here, and wanted to come back and invite Councilmember Cater. Is that question still on the table, or?
So, we're always talking about, climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, pollution, and those concerns, and yet the area of McDowell was noted as red on North McDowell, and yet we're talking about putting housing in an area that's literally right under a freeway, and it's going to be right next to the freeway. So how are you going to mitigate noise, air pollution, and all the things that we talk about that is dangerous to people? And yet we're kind of moving in that direction. And so I want to comment on that. And then the other thing is, the more upstream development, there will be more downstream flooding. So that is a concern. And also the fact that when we talk about the river park, it would be great to have a park for the east side also, because this is definitely for the downtown. It's not focused on the east side. We can go there, but there's an opportunity to have an entire linear park, kind of like, New York Central Park, when they thought ahead and recognized that it was important to preserve lands for these types of uses, and also protecting areas from flooding, because, for those of us that were around when Payran flooded, the more upstream development, Payran could flood, and definitely downtown. And that was all in the Corps of Engineers reports, and I think we should consider that. And also considering, as I brought this up many times, that for some reason McDowell was turned into a Highway 116 route, and it is a truck route, and you're polluting people in your town. McDowell School, those children are being polluted every day with those trucks driving by, because of the change at the state level to make McDowell part of 116. And it was a bad move at the time, and if I had known about it, I would have made comments, but seem to get under the radar screen. And I keep bringing this up about people's houses shaking and, about pollution, and I'm not getting anywhere with that. And yet it affects people. And I get calls in Karen's district all the time, and I feel like we're not doing anything about it yet. We're just kind of moving forward in the same direction. So those are some of my comments.
Okay.
And I think it's really important that we preserve lands to make sure that this town does not flood.
Okay, I think I'm going to step back a second and talk process for Heartbeat. I think we should be, council questions, comments are hard to keep out of our, any time we talk, but then we'll have a public comment period, a public comment period. It'll come back to council. We'll have other thoughts and weigh in with things we've learned from the public. And then we'll kind of do a straw poll on each of these sections so that we can give, with some confidence, direction to staff. Because I think that's what tonight's all about, is we really got to close or have some common direction, or not, sorry. But I think we need to come with a common direction. So just in the way I would look at it, in this one, I would be picking the most the most park-like development north of Lynch Creek Trail. That's that's what we have on the wall in front of us. I would be suggesting the least intense development pattern in here. But my question would be the zonings that we would apply to make it so. Would it allow us to have active park, passive park, flood pond, could do work in this, even if we put it to the least developmental area? Zoning. Could we farm it? Could we have a farm-to-table restaurant? The restaurant's in the factory outlets, but the farm is across in this lands, and it's a community farm. I only suggest these because I have such confidence in Friends of the River's ability to purchase all of this. The funding they put together on this makes that seem like the proper path.
So, sorry, I'm trying to wrap my brain around this. Do you mean to designate it something other than what's proposed, to designate it something as open space park? Or do you mean if these designations that are currently in the briefing book as a recommendation, would they allow the transition to?
Yeah, the alternative, I'm trying to find the page again. That'd be about page 20-ish or so, right? The least intense designation.
Right.
Would it allow any development?
Which is parks and open space, I think, right? Can you get, hopefully Ron will pull it up.
Here.
The comprehensive de-intensification option?
Yes.
It would allow, well, one, we can, with the zoning code, we could look at what allowable uses, but parks is typically parks and recreation, whereas open space is natural and open space. So that kind of that difference between a community park with maybe ball fields or, playgrounds or community centers versus open space, which is typically trails and scenic overlooks that, and is more based on
So I
preservation.
would say that my vote would be to the comprehensive de-intensification. And can we make a park? Can we change a zone from what it is now to park?
Well, that's.
I mean, is that a taking?
Good. Yeah, you're on, Eric.
So I think it's my turn to jump in. So there's, this is, the general plan is a future-looking view, and it's both aspirational, and in this case, it's doing a lot of synchronizing of new, updated understandings and analyses and studies, about conditions that we can expect in the future. But we also have to take into account private property ownership considerations and developability, so that we may, and there's also the issue, we haven't talked about it, and I admit that I'm not aware of how the general plan that we're developing now relates to our goals about things like open space and parkland acquisition from the 2025 general plan, which we had been so successful in some of those categories that we'd acquired most of those lands, but maybe those views are, and those standards are being updated. But anyway, aspiring to convert a part of what might be, privately owned, commercially developable property to open space is okay, but we can't acquire it via the general plan and zoning for that purpose. That's more like a taking, which is a basis of liability for the city. And I'm sure in the current general plan, and I'm sure in this one, when we get sort of past the council's and the community's policy direction, and we're doing the sort of the implementation wording even in the general plan, we will have some savings provisions and things like that to prevent that from happening, because changes could happen. For example, if and the legal team, the planning team did a great job of working with the legal team in putting together these recommendations for this part of the city to make sure we thread that needle, because we absolutely need to protect the public health and welfare with our general plan, and that's not a taking, because in fact we're actually avoiding loss of life and property by making sure that those designations sync up. But so there could be a desire for a change of use like you're describing, Mayor, but it's not something we can just achieve with a stroke of the pen in this.
Okay,
in this
so we can select alternative 2 and know it's fairly viable. The comprehensive deification, we can say straw poll, we select that.
Well, I'm sorry, say that again? You could select 2 and know what?
Is alternative 2 an option for us in our straw poll?
I don't think so. I don't know that it's just what we would recommend, right?
That's a different question.
Well, but the issue is, frankly, it's property owners' reasonable investment back expectations regarding their property and what's happening to those. And, elimination of them is a costly exercise, potentially. But limiting them under the land use and regulatory power to preserve public safety, and this what I think is a very helpful idea of, which is basically clustering, to provide for safety but not at private expense, right? Because you preserve the developability there. That doesn't mean that property couldn't be acquired for an open space use if the resource can be identified to do that. But
so can we go back to the alternatives? Because my understanding is we've got a modification of alternative 2. Is that correct? And I think that's what the mayor's asking.
Yeah, the next slide is modification. So are you saying that that we can't use 2, but we can achieve similar, we have open the door if we use modified 2?
Yeah. So I think what you're seeing in front of you, the modified alternative, and we can just focus on the bottom 2 parcels that aren't the outlets, with what City Attorney just mentioned about private, existing general plan and zoning, and then wanting to balance that with what we're hearing through this process of de-intensification. I think what we are proposing is a modified version of alternative 2 that does de-intensify, in keeping with our obligations in working with private property owners. And I think we could also go a step further as we're developing the land use policy framework to further signal that, as potential talks continue with Friends of the River, we could build a policy in around, what our intention is, should that come to fruition, about open space, parks, et
It
cetera.
helps clarify that we can say all of our de-intensification, 100% de-intensification, but acknowledge the path to get there. The reason I'm behind this is because it's a huge East Side park. And as we know, that's what has some interest up here. The entry on Rainier would be the grand entry to basically an East Side park. So I'm real happy to make sure that continues that in the flood mitigation. And the other elements that are under here, I'm kind of okay with things. Hopefully we can get a council questions or comments that hit like that. So Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, I'm going to try and keep my rage in check here. First off, alternative 2. How did it end? Okay, I'll just have to say it out. Alternative 2 looks like alternative 1 to me, not alternative 2 at all. And alternative 2 doesn't even look like what was asked by the community. It's even less open space than what was asked for. So I'm a little upset at that. We're looking at what we're looking at as possibilities. This phrase that you caught me, which I think is focused on, I think you tried to answer, but I want more clarification on this. You said it was going to be difficult to change from private land. So this whole thing, okay, because this proposal 2 years ago for the Greenway, which was actually much larger than alternative 2, actually was on both sides, not one side of the bank, it was on both sides of the river. And now you're saying we can't do it 2 years after it was proposed. We can't do it because the private land won't let us, because of the cost, because it's legal, because it's why. So this transition of what the public really asked for and wanted 2 years ago, and what you're saying now is like the opposite of what we can't do that anymore. So can you explain how that transition happened and where we're at now with this whole issue legally, cost-wise, what it would take to actually get what we actually want? So please explain that.
Sure. So these considerations are not new. The current developability, I mean, it might help for us to look at that. I don't know if we have something that shows that, team, so that we have a reference point. Because the property owners who own that property now, their expectations about what they can do with it are based on the current permitted uses. And some of them may have had those uses set after acquiring the property, and some of them may have had those uses set before they acquired the property. And particularly that last group, they presumably bought planning to make some of those uses that our regulations allow. So that's the status quo right now, and I understand. I've heard the interest in, using people interested in using the overpass at Rainier for, active transportation and recreational access, as opposed to the traditional Rainier plan of a full crosstown connector for vehicles and allowing developability, via that. But the thing is, and the current ability of property owners to make use of their property is a consideration in terms of whether the government's regulations are shifting or requiring private property for public use at private expense instead of public expense. And none of this is new. And these considerations were always in the background of people interested in, I think, trying to get open space district and coastal conservancy and whatever other kind of funds to acquire what is private property for public use. And that is still something we can aspire to do. And it is a way to match the sort of the takings considerations that protect private property owners' interest in use of their property with public desire to expand public property for public use. So the simple thing I'm trying to say is we with our regulations, we can't just irrespective of private property owners' interest in their property and desire to do something with it that they're currently permitted to do, we can't just wipe out that possibility. We need to recognize that may entitle them to compensation from the government. That's what the takings clause in the U.S. Constitution and the state constitution does. But that doesn't mean, and the staff's modified proposal 2 takes that into account to provide for public safety, recognize private property owners' rights to develop their property, but that doesn't preclude an acquisition from the private property owners of their land for public use. That could still happen, and then it could be zoned accordingly. But we can't just implement that desire for shifting private property to public use, just simply, so completely via our land use authority. And I can explain that further.
Come over here for a heartbeat.
I just want to nuance that Councilmember Shribs, it's not that it can't happen. It's that we can't use the land use designation as the single vehicle to make it happen. So at any time, if that land was acquired for public open space, park, public access, like the Greenway project, we could then change the general plan designation to parks or open space so that it was then that in perpetuity or, for as part of the general plan. But what Eric's point is we can't do that unilaterally through land use designation where it is a taking of that private property value to the owner.
The law is if we basically eliminate all, economically viable use of a property, we've bought it on behalf of the government, and then the only question is how much compensation is due to the private property owner. But we can certainly, as you saw in the modified option 2, address very significant public safety issues via the regulatory power, and we can use the regulatory power to implement purchases and acquisitions and donations of private property for public use, for sure. So,
I think you've explained it well, and I think what you're saying is modified to incorporate these kinds of thoughts in here. So, Councilmember Quint, did you weigh in? You're good on this?
The only question I had here is the risk of flooding. I'm looking at the map that we have here, and I see how big the river is. Okay, so that's the river. That's the flood map that we're looking at right now?
To be accurate, this is a map of projected end of century 2-foot or more flood, the equivalent of the firm, but at the year 2100. Is that correct? Yeah. We have different layers we could put on here that show the results of the modeling, which are slightly different but similar, if that's helpful. We were trying through this particular layer in the GIS show you what the application of the river access and enhancement retention area approach would look like, and that's what we were trying to incorporate into Land Use Policy 5.1.
Got it. So this is kind of what it would look like in 75 years. Do you have anything that can illustrate sort of past or realistic flooding that has taken place?
I forget. Do we have?
I can send you some amazing drone photos.
Yeah, there's. I also have some comments after.
Sorry, I live over by Casa Grande, so I haven't been over there when it's flooded, so you'll have to forgive me.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember DeCarli, any questions?
Not much on this sub area, but I was wondering if, I guess, an alternative 2 The same area that's, considered make or micro business, which is the current outlets. Could we also include that to be business park as in Alt 1?
Sorry, which site specifically?
The outlets.
That's the purple one. That's the outlet shopping mall.
Oh.
For clarification, Councilmember DeCarli, to instead of having it be maker, or to make sure that it is something that allows offices?
Something that would, well, I mean, it already kind of does, I think. So, I mean, to include it so that they're both on the same parcel or property.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, but the maker designation would allow basically a wide range of non-residential uses. So it would allow the same things that business park would allow, such as office, some of the warehouse or light industrial would be allowed as part of that maker designation. The one thing that would not be allowed would be residential. So that designation actually gives quite a bit of latitude for non-residential uses that would also encompass business park type uses plus.
Okay, well then that kind of leads into my other, well, I have a question kind of over the whole thing about this whole maker designation. Is that something that staff developed? Because I never heard that before.
Yes, it's a designation that we developed kind of in response to a lot of the feedback we heard, the drivers that we heard, which was a desire to promote local employment, local businesses, but with a maximum amount of flexibilities. The idea is that maker is more permissive than, for instance, a business park use or a commercial use. It's essentially trying to offer even more flexibility from a commercial standpoint, essentially giving the most amount of possible kind of non-residential potential.
Okay, because it seems to me that it's sort of a vehicle to, because hotels is listed at the bottom and you're going from, it talks about retail, office, R&D, light manufacturing, et cetera. Then at the bottom, you have a very different thing that's a hotel. And then that increases up to 4 stories from, we're going from, not necessarily in this sub area, but in others, you're going from industrial to this maker. And, increasing from 3 to 4 stories. And then you've got hotels kind of hidden at the bottom.
Does it feel like a hotel might not be a compatible use in that time of situation?
Well, I'm just thinking for this designation maker, I think hotels, I don't think that it should be included in it. Neither the 3 stories, because for every other purpose that's listed on there, 4 stories seems excessive.
Okay, thanks for the feedback. We'll consider that.
Vice Mayor, any questions?
I do. Going off of what Councilmember DeCarli was mentioning in that area, in the feedback that the little charrettes that I attended, I heard people asking for some big box retail. We don't have an appliance store. We don't have a whole...
Now playing podcast on the shelf.
Oh.
How to get your products into big...
I don't do podcasts. Okay. Except for the cities. So back to that. The feedback I got for the outlet mall area, we have A, B, and C. C is for flood park future, and then there's currently what's there. And then the B, someone was saying, wouldn't it be nice to have some big box retail there? Like, I hate to throw out names like Costco or Sam's Club. I don't shop there, but people were saying that, people are driving to other cities to get these wholesale food prices and also appliances. So I didn't know if that was under the retail and services for allowed uses in the maker micro business space, and it would not need to be 4 stories, 2, I think, for appliance or wholesale food. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're asking, would that kind of use be allowed in Maker? And the answer is yes, that's what we're proposing, but I'm hearing both of you and DeCarly saying that 2 stories or 3 stories is probably more
Correct.
appropriate for Maker use.
Correct. And while we're on the factory outlet area, Cinnabar Theater had sent a email today. I think I sent it on to staff because I didn't have the answer. Maybe someone could clarify that. They were just concerned if we're changing any of the designations that would hurt they're going to be the largest tenant in the factory outlets now.
They actually were part of the inspiration for diversifying the uses there, and so we wanted to have apply a designation that would further encourage, incentivize, allow creative uses of that site. So no, their use would absolutely be permitted.
Good. I didn't think so. And also in the neighborhood commercial is actually farther down what we call the Town and Country. I don't think anybody knows it's called Town and Country, or we call the Old Lucky's shopping center. And 20 years ago, when we had redevelopment funds, I was really hoping that they would take that, because that's a wonderful retail neighborhood spot for the neighbors in that area. Even going out Magnolia, that's where families go to shop, and those apartment complexes there. So I would love to see some, I don't know if you want to put housing there, but I wouldn't mind seeing it renovated.
Is that that's a separate sub area of tonight's conversation?
It was right below on their little
It's so
slide.
close.
So it's the neighborhood commercial below the maker micro business space. Also to help Councilmember Shribs out, on the current general plan, we have what is in 2025, the River Park, but it was actually going to be commercial. So that is something that we didn't forecast 20 years ago, that was going to be a park. And it was slotted for commercial, I believe, Amy's Kitchen. Am I correct?
It's actually river dependent industrial is what it is in the currently.
Okay, and now it's going to be a park. So we didn't even think that far ahead when we were doing the general plan 20 years ago. So if that helps calm down your anger for not being able to have a park in that area. So,
Mayor, can I also just add one of the things we're going to be talking about, and I think it's the last kind of topical area, is the designation chart. And that is what looks at kind of what the designations are, how many stories, how much floor area, the types of uses allowed. Because one of the things that's important to consider is, while we're talking maybe about one specific parcel that's designated maker here, when we reduce, let's say, reduce or increase something in that designation, that is then going to apply citywide to everything that's in that designation. So, but I also want to just point out that we are going to be talking specifically about that designation chart and things like allowable use types or allowable building height, density, that kind of thing.
Okay, great.
I have a comment. Have you spoken to the neighbors in the Burlington Drive area in that neighborhood? Because there's a plan to put a bridge over the Lynch Creek Trail, which will bisect the Lynch Creek Trail, which of course the plans have not come before us, but they're somewhere to be seen, that the Johnsons have already made up. And it would be really nice if we could see what their plan is, because it was pretty heavily intensified. And then you're going to go ahead and bisect the Lynch Creek Trail, and the neighbors in that neighborhood have a right to know that there's going to be a road going through their neighborhood. And I'd like to know if anybody talked to anybody in that neighborhood and got feedback.
About that project?
About just the general plan and possibilities.
We have done the targeted property owner outreach is something we're doing. We're currently gearing up to do for property owners that have the increase or the decrease or changes. So we have not done, and we have not specifically done to neighbors, like targeted. There's been lots of general outreach, but not targeted outreach. And I don't believe, I don't know the status of the Johnson property application off the top of my head, but that outreach, what like a neighborhood meeting, is required as part of major projects that impact
It seems as though it
neighborhoods.
should have happened during the general plan because this is not brand new.
And I think the point is, it's an application that's viable currently under the current zoning, and what we're talking about is changing maybe a reduction, and that would be the benefit to talking
But it
to
would be nice that the neighbors that are going to be mostly affected by this, with a road going over the Lynch Creek Trail, and this area happens to be the last oak savanna left of the entire Petaluma River from the Lynch Creek Trail south. And so it really is an area that, I mean, when the shopping center at Freedman Shopping Center, I'll just call it, or Deer Creek was built, took a lot of land away from animals. You know, birds used to use that field all the time for, you know, until this was built. And so if you're going to intensify in another area, then we're just going to go ahead and take away another area.
I think the hope is to de-intensify, and I think Friends is known to Friends that they'll need to pay developable pricing, land assessment pricing rather than parks at this time. And so I get your point about connecting with the public to maybe help support the de-intensified plan that this changes to. Or to support Friends,
I would hope they have a
frankly.
right to know that this is a possibility, and that during the general plan process, it should have been pinpointed as an area that should have been notified.
Council members, if I could just add, the Johnson applications have evolved in somewhat complex ways, but the CDD team has maintained project pages on the websites that really include all the pending information and the latest submissions and graphics and correspondence, application materials, and they're better equipped than I to summarize that, but there's a lot of information there. And one of the tricks about a good public process is not only making that available, you know, throughout from beginning to end, but then also, you know, while the project is still evolving, you know, while members of the public are free to look at that information and raise questions they may have, and also engage in the process to the extent there's public meetings on it. And as Heather said, there do need to be under our regulations, neighborhood meetings. You know, while that's still evolving so much, there may be a lot of change before they're actually getting into things that could lead to an actual project. And I think that's where we are right now, but I don't know if the development, the CDD team has anything.
I can just jump in. So the big, large parcel, so we've been providing updates. As City Attorney mentioned, there is websites, but of course, you know, you have to be pointed there. So we've been trying to apprise council every step of the way. So currently there is no application for the larger parcel. And so some of the most recent discussions is around what Vice Mayor Now was referencing earlier about the one that's there in red, currently being proposed to be redesignated as neighborhood commercial from, I believe, community commercial. So it's a de-intensification for all intents and purposes, still retains some of the property rights that the current property owner there holds. We're also a little bit ahead. So this question about why, as part of the general plan process, we aren't engaging with Burlington Drive community around the potential changes. Any project that would be proposed would be generated from the project proponent, the property owner, and so I think we've covered that enough here that there will be engagement if and when that project moves forward. And so they've sort of picked it up, it sounds like, and had a discussion about the bridge, and they've sort of set that down for at least the moment. But if there's an active project that gets resubmitted, there would be further discussion with the neighborhood there.
Well, thank you for that. And it seems like PBAC should know that there might be a bridge there because that's going to really change the Lynch Creek Trail. I want to talk about the factory outlet. It's A, B, and C, and I don't think it's in that order. It's shifted. I think the factory outlet might be C, and then A and B are on the either side of those properties. But I mean, that's a flood area. I mean, it's flooded how many times? And how many times are we going to sit here and make the same wrong decisions that were made 50 and 60 years ago, and then continue doing the wrong decisions? Because we will flood downtown, and that's just kind of a fact. And it might not be, today, but it's going to be when there is development in that area.
I do want to, I guess it would be the northernmost outlet parcel. You see there, and you'll see the blue that's overlapping there. That is all the area that is expected to flood between 2 and 5 feet at the end of the century. And so no development would be allowed within that area. So I just want to point out too that some of that, if you look at that graphic there, there's actually very little of that parcel that is left.
I just want to say flooding spreads, and all that area that we're looking at in that linear area has been underwater. And then we're talking about putting people living right next to a freeway. So I think, like, if we're talking climate change, it just seems kind of silly. We may as well throw all that stuff out of the general plan, and we could have saved a lot of money, because we're kind of picking and choosing of what we need to do and who we need to protect and what properties. And I don't think it's very equitable. And as far as the factory outlet, I would like to see changes to that, but I don't really want to see more development on either side, and maybe make this into an art center of some sort, because we don't know if the factory outlet, what's going to happen over the years. And I think we need to look at the bigger picture of what could be there and what other businesses could work well with the theater, and and then actually look at it as an environmental center also, because it certainly would be in a great area. And we have certainly in Sonoma County a lot of environmental organizations that might want to coexist together. And so there are opportunities because it's here. So, but I would not want to intensify it because it will flood.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Thanks. I just want to reiterate, we're going to ask our questions now, then go to public comment, and then come back for council discussion and comments. So I have a process question. I sent in like a mess of general questions about the actual designations themselves and things like that. And I want to just know, like, should I try and get those out now? Or should we postpone those to after we go through the spaces? But I feel like it's kind of good to understand some of those meta questions as we go through all the other areas. So I'm just wondering, do you want me to hold those into the end?
That's a great question, and we went back and forth about how best to do this. We think it's going to be most fruitful to discuss the designation standards at the end. That being said, if you have questions about designations that we're proposing to apply in a certain area, please ask them in the context of that area.
Okay. I will ask those in the context of that area and try to not be redundant. My question then specifically on these areas, and I'm also just letting you know, like, there's probably going to be some general questions that come up as we go through this. Okay. My my specific question on this is, did you see the comments that came in from the River Park today about the land use designations? And do you have any response to those?
I apologize, I didn't have a chance to digest them in great detail, but I think the bottom line is we want to be as accommodating as possible for of the intent of the property owners, in this case, the foundation. These two processes have been co-evolving, and so we're now out of step with their latest thinking, and so we need to talk to them again and discuss what makes the most sense. What would be helpful, that being said, tonight from council would be as clear direction as possible about what mix and intensity and height of uses you think is most appropriate for those areas that are set back from the river, where we have the opportunity to meet multiple community goals and fulfill some of the specific goals of the foundation as well. So it'd be very helpful to hear council's feedback on some of their current plans in combination with some of what we've proposed.
Can I tag on to that, Councilmember Barnacle? I believe one of the comments was wanting the ability to go up to 6 stories to maximize the ability to have affordable housing. So one of the questions that right now, I believe it's proposed or recommended for 4 stories with just a step down on the southern property line where it interfaces with the 2-story single family right there, and then it's maker space. So if going to all of the 4-story, that's an option. My question would be, if we designate it for 6 stories by right, does that feel like the right intensity of development in that area? And also with the thought that if it's 4 stories and it's for affordable housing, there is flexibility to increase through density bonus on the height to get up higher if it was for affordable housing.
Now I'm going to ask one of my general questions. Under some of these designations, the 4 stories, how many projects have we seen built under the current zoning that most closely maps to that around the city, I guess?
That is 4 stories?
Yeah.
Well, 414 Petaluma Boulevard North, the Mid-Penn project, is 4 stories, I believe. I think it steps down to 3 stories at the frontage. Same with La Villa. Does it go up to 5 stories in the back? It's 3 in the front, and I think it's 4 in the back.
All right, that's it. Thanks.
Great. And Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, let's get to just a couple of hopefully simpler questions. I know that in other states that the distance from rivers for setbacks is in many places 300 feet, even 500 feet in other areas. So I know that other folks have done that in various areas. Can we designate, instead of a 200-foot from the high tide bank to 300 or even 400 feet? Can we do that as safety for flooding, for future flooding? Both.
So short answer is yes. I think what you would need to establish is a scientific, this is something we talked about. So what we're basing what we proposed on is a combination of what's existing in our river and enhancement plan, which is dated. And so we're balancing that with the flood modeling and sea level rise information. So council has the purview to create the distances and whatever they feel like is appropriate to do river enhancement, et cetera. That's under the purview of council to make that land use decision.
But they need to be supported by substantial evidence, just like all the council's, kind of land use decisions need to be. So that's hence the scientific and factual basis. Presumably, those other states in those locations have substantial evidence supporting those setbacks, because the same U.S. constitutional takings, law applies throughout the whole country. So
right. I think in those cases, it was agricultural, it's riparian habitat, to maintain that as buffer zones between that and agricultural areas where you have any type of chemicals going down, if it's construction's the same way. So just protecting of the environmental protection of the river, requiring a riparian zone of habitat for that protection. And so that's the main reason why those designations came into being.
Can I also add that if the 200 versus 300 or 400, if we also have a provision where there's a transfer of development rights option so that the private property owner does not, that development potential isn't taken away, but would say you have to have a 300-foot river buffer from top of bank through this area, but you're allowed to transfer that amount of development to elsewhere on the property. That's what we currently use with our urban separator provisions in the general plan. It is a 300-foot requirement, but it does specify that you're able to transfer the development rights of that 300 feet that we say you can't develop along the UGB, urban growth boundary, to elsewhere on the site. So that's another option.
Right. Then the other thing that we're looking at is some of these sections, there's no road in or out at the moment for these sections. So is this assuming that the outlet mall area just south of the outlet mall will be using the actual outlet mall roads? And and all that housing is going to be using Rainier coming in and out, and then all the ones on the other side, on the west side, there is either going to use the bike path and created a road, or somehow get in and out, because there's no really good access there. Not two. There may be one, but not two ways in and out for all these places. So I think the requirement is 2 ins and outs for potential hazards, depending on the number of units and things. So is there enough road to safety?
So I don't know how far staff have drilled down on what are the what they can foresee as potential access solutions, but I will freely acknowledge to the council, like, there's real access challenges to some of this property that we're talking about, and the general plan doesn't necessarily fix that. And the standard of private property owners' reasonable investment-backed expectations takes those things into account. So it's not reasonable to assume that there's going to be some kind of magical access solution if the facts don't present it. So, and I'm not being glib at all. I'm saying access challenges are real factual factors that affect property value and developability, and that I know staff, because they're you can see this is area and parcel specific, and so I know they're taking those considerations into account, but it's not like this exercise any more than it can take away development rights and property value. It doesn't add them by manufacturing solutions to access challenges that have existed for decades and still exist and may not be surmountable ultimately, or may be only surmountable in limited ways.
Move to the river park, and looking at these now the current uses. Now, having gone through several of the meetings on the Skinnell property as well as the river park, and the river park itself, the actual peninsula, was docking systems and industrial at one time, and now it's a park. So somehow that transitioned through zoning and other thing, whatever, there's processes involved there. So I know there's possibilities. Now on the Skinnell, what used to be the Skinnell property, which is now River Park area, I know the main argument that was being presented that sort of made it really tough for the developer was the density, the access in and out. And that was for mostly duplexes and one like little apartment, maybe two small 3-story apartments. And now we're talking about both areas having access to 4 stories and even 6 stories with really high densities, and which means more people, more density, and still a very limited access. And so the whole argument why the developer kind of walked away was, oh, you can't take the density I did, and now we're just about doubling it. And so I'm wondering what's the reasoning behind almost doubling the density over what was rejected earlier.
I think there are other factors at play. I'll let staff address those, but what I want to mention is that purchase by the River Park Foundation is a perfect example of what we were trying to talk about with respect to the Greenway, and that is we've got a certain kind of zoning, but folks did very successful fundraising, and they were able to put the money together to acquire a property for what is really public uses from private owners, and that opens up the ability for us to then follow that with the regulations that implement that desire to shift the use to a public use. So that's a perfect example of how that can happen. And I don't know if the staff can address those other challenges.
Well, and another thing I want to point out is actually what the recommendation coming into this meeting is for some of it to be maker, which does not allow residential. So the darker area, the darker red area the recommendation was that would be maker micro business, and that the lighter fuchsia purple would be maximum 4-story and requiring a step down to 3-story. So the recommendation coming into this meeting was a mix between residential, non-residential, and was not going up to 6 stories. Was 4, step down to 3. The letter that came in from the River Park Foundation today requested more ability to increase the intensity to allow residential on the entire, both of those areas, and to go potentially to up to 6 stories. So I just want to clarify what was in your packet coming in versus the comment letter that came in. Those are 2 different things, and it's open for discussion. And to Eric's point, I don't believe that was the sole reason that development didn't move forward. The Scannell development, I think there was a number of things that...
Yeah, there may have been other reasons also, but I think that was a strong one. And the original plan for the northern area up there was basically apartments, low-cost, affordable housing that would be walkable to the train station. And now, so what happened to that concept? Because that was a major desire by a lot of folks were pointing out at that time. And now that's not residential at all.
But this is an area to get feedback. So it was a proposal to have some potential for employment, maker spaces, some of that job housing, having them both on this parcel. This is open to feedback. This is what we're looking for. This is why we're in this workshop, is to get feedback. Okay. Nothing is set in stone.
Thank you. And I believe that affordable housing can go on pretty much any zoning anyway. So that leaves the door wide open. Okay, I'd like to go to the public. You guys have been so patient, and this is it's such a consuming conversation, but I'd like to open public comment and have our clerk read the messaging.
Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. Just a note, I'm not sure if we're still doing separate public comments for separate areas, but I think we just have all general comments at this point.
We have separate comments for each of the sub areas there's 5 sub areas, so it'll be 5 public comment periods.
A lot of these comments came in before that was announced, so I think
as we go through this, some
I will,
folks might
I
want
will
to.
invite them to speak on what they want to speak on
Perfect.
at any time. Well, not at any time, but. So the clerk is going to set a clock for 3 minutes on each. Do not feel obligated to fill the space, but this section of comments is about the river efforts, north and south. I don't want to forget that piece on Lakeville that nobody made any comment on here. So it's about many things. And so I want to invite Nicola Fry. Is your comment on the river part?
No.
Okay. And
Heater on though? It is really cold in here.
And our next speaker would be Danielle Nelson. And is that on the river pieces?
Yes.
Oh, right. To be followed by Allie Gaylord.
Do I have to push a button? No, you guys can hear me. There you go. All right, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Danielle Nelson. I'm the General Manager for Petaluma Village Premium Outlets, known by many in this presentation as the Outlet Mall. I'd like to address the proposed land use designations prepared by the General Plan Advisory Committee as part of the General Plan draft. There are two proposed alternatives for the Outlet Mall. I'm concerned about the lack of communication to engage the Outlet Mall stakeholders as part of the development planning. The outreach effort that you have heard tonight included everything except for property owner input. I want to call your attention to the following statement provided in the General Plan Advisory Committee public presentation posted on their website. And it states, the outlets don't have any basis for deciding what should happen with their site. I fundamentally disagree with this statement and the mindset that it is restrictive and not inclusive to the business owners for which these changes impact. We have heard tonight a focus on engagement, yet we were not engaged. Tonight you shared the importance of economic vibrancy and economic development, and we, like you, want to provide a thriving development that serves our ever-changing community of Petaluma. It's therefore reasonable for the Outlet Mall to expect to be included in the discussion. I would like to request City Council refrain from adoption of any alternative proposal until the Outlet Mall can engage in discussion on the land, use, or zoning codes updated with the General Plan Advisory Committee and city staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Allie Gaylord. To be followed by Darren Rakusin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just have a really short comment on the parcel that we were just looking at, the River Park area, and just wanted to note that not allowing housing doesn't allow affordable housing to, and so it's really important to look at where that's going to be located. And right now, the current state funding systems really reward affordable housing that's within a half a mile of the SMART station. So where the affordable housing designation would be placed is really important. So I haven't done the measurements on that particular site, but just noting that allowing housing within a half a mile of the SMART station would be really important. So just a thing to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Rakusin, to be followed by Lydia Aslan.
General comments are okay, right? If it's not just on the river?
Sure.
Thank you for that leeway. Thank you, Caitlin. So my comments were going to be really about context, public engagement and participation, and design guidelines. They kind of mix together. When I say context, I really mean when you're looking at a planning map, it's really useful to see a lot of variables included. Actually, the GIS map that Ron started using really hit it on the head for me. It was like, I wish that all CCBs got access to that, council got access to that, to play with layers, play with data. Ultimately, how great would it be to have the public have access to that, to play with the information with some of these areas we're talking about? And what I mean is Could that information include what are the vacant parcels in a given area, or just overlays on a zoning map of showing vacant parcels, park and open space areas? If you could have statistics like income and education level, utility services, transit and ATP connectivity, thinking about when we look at these maps and these zones, what are the other variables that go into land use planning? I think that would be really important. Now, a couple pieces of context that would not fit neatly into that are thinking about, our population growth in Petaluma, are thinking about density bonus laws. When we talk about 8 stories, everybody's heard the example, right? Are we talking about more than that? So just really thinking through that. Maybe it's something we speak to as a context piece in the general plan and how we're addressing that. But I think some of those other pieces could fit neatly into a map that could drive public engagement. And that's the other piece that, for me, I feel like this is the biggest decision that Petaluma is going to make for the next 20 years, particularly land use. That's kind of the meat of the general plan. And our attendance so far is pretty limited, where you'd love to see a huge cross-section of the community, even reading responses just to this general plan piece. We're talking about workshops with 30 people, 40 people, a couple hundred, or 110 between 2 workshops. I mean, that's like 0.5% of our population. Most people don't know this is happening. They don't have, and part of it is a knowledge barrier. They don't have the vocabulary. They don't have all this information. So wherever we can have maps and tangible tools, wherever we can have visualizations, it allows people to interface with this a little more directly and help participate in the process. And then I think, as kind of my closing here, I think we need to really think about design guidelines. I know it's in the policy area. We need to specify when those are going to come in. As we talk about intensification, how are we going to make sure that more intense developments are actually the type of development we want, that design and character are elevated? Where are we talking about sense of place, especially in some of these areas we're talking about? We kind of know the sense of place and the character of these areas, but should we be calling that out and defining it? What are the contributing structures to that? What are any historic structures? Should that be called out as we start making these decisions? And then I think we have to think about focusing our intensification. If you intensify everywhere, you might not target those areas you really want, like by transit. And then finally, I think maker and flex can be problematic because they're so broad, everyone's going to want them. What defines them in the zoning code or restricts them to get the outcomes we want?
Thank you very much. And Lydia Aslin and Jana's seating time. Okay. Veronica Olson. And are you Joe she has 3 minutes extra from Joe. Is Joe here?
Oh, no, Joe had to leave. Sorry. So I got a replacement.
You do?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, your name? Julia. Oh, okay. I will change the card. Please proceed.
Okay.
Then this is on the river.
It's going to be general because I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay. So I'm going to just.
So long as it's not specific on another part.
No, this is more of a general comment, and I will comment on the river parcels as well. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to talk about the vision for the general plan. It presents a thriving, resilient, and inclusive city where people and the environment are at the center of all the development. With a strong emphasis on sustainability, equity, and innovation, Petaluma aims to build a community that is adaptable to future challenges while preserving the qualities that make it unique. The key principles for the future vision of Petaluma, one of them is a sense of place. Petaluma is a vibrant river town with a deep connection to its agricultural heritage and natural landscape. The relationship between people and the land is at the heart of the city's identity, and a focus on protecting natural habitats and open spaces, inclusive community, prosperity, and innovation. It supports local businesses and promotes a self-reliant economy. Urban design and connectivity. The city values its distinctive neighborhoods, historical downtown, and green spaces. There's a focus on creating active, connected communities with walkable streets, bike lanes, parks, and access to the Petaluma River. The goal is to create an accessible, safe, and enjoyable environment for all residents and visitors alike. with a focus on sustainability and carbon neutrality. So with that, we also have a focus on environmental leadership. Petaluma is committed to achieving carbon neutrality by 2030, and this goal is central to the city's approach to climate change, with an emphasis on nature-based solutions, resilience, and sustainable development. Arts and culture, and we also seek to integrate art and design in all aspects of urban life, ensuring that creativity remains a core part of our identity. So with that, we also have transportation and infrastructure and economic resilience. So our general plan is our community's vision on how land use should happen. And I believe that fundamental and instrumental and important to all land use designations, development, and plans, regardless of location, there are 5 keys. One is community design. View sheds. What do we see when we're in different places? How does that make us feel? The hills. What makes us unique? Our river. The historic resources we have. The second thing is the pedestrian experience. The street trees, the sidewalks, the ground floor, all important in how we feel when we're walking down the street. And to build local wealth and our local economy, providing diverse housing options that emphasize locally owned and keeping Petaluma dollars in Petaluma. And protecting our ecosystem and river, and of course, our climate action. So our community design is how Petaluma feels to our community. So preserving these views and sense of place is very important. And then conversely, we have market incentives where developers are prioritizing maximizing square footage and architectural diversity, which sometimes could result in bulky, less appealing buildings. So focusing on the human scale development, and as the SDAT and ULI reports, both emphasize preserving historic character and promoting smart infill development rather than height increases all over town. So historic preservation is also one of our values, and design-led planning and architectural review. So the other thing is the pedestrian experience, street trees, sidewalks, lighting, air quality, safety. And economic sustainability is also important for building common wealth in all fronts. So my question is, where is the middle in this plan? We don't have middle housing. We've got affordable, we're talking bigger units, we're talking apartment buildings, which will primarily turn into rentals, right? So what about ownership? What about creating economic vibrancy for people who live here and businesses? So in a 2015 study, Boston University talked about how FAR and height allowances often lead to developers overpaying for land, which raises property prices and displaces affordable housing. Petaluma must prioritize local wealth creation rather than catering to outside investors only. Large rental buildings owned by absentee landlords or corporate landlords export economic benefits, leaving little behind for our own community. Instead, focusing on missing middle housing and home ownership encourages ownership. It could help Petaluma build long-term stability and wealth for our town and local families. Portland, Oregon has a focus on missing middle housing. And we have been over-delivering on market rate housing consistently. So my question is, how do we get tiny villages, row houses, flex work, townhouses, duplexes, smart 3-story apartment buildings? They're cheaper to make. Berkeley has had the same problem. They started to do some of the larger developments, and they didn't have their low-income residents able to have a place. I still have more to say, but
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Our next speaker, Chantel Rogers. Something on the river? Thank you. Maureen Gottschall? Okay. Diane Dragoni? To be followed by Dwayne Bellinger.
Good evening, City Council members, staff, members of the community. My name is Diane Dragoni. I am the Executive Director of Cinnabar Theater, and I come here tonight to speak about what we are doing with Cinnabar Theater and becoming the largest tenant on the Petaluma Outlet Mall. We envision that with our coming into the Outlet Mall, bringing in 200 people a night, an afternoon, that the Outlet Mall will become more of a cultural hub. In other words, we envision that in addition to us, there will be restaurants, there will be music, there will also be beverage, maybe wine bar, maybe tasting rooms, maybe some beer, craft brews, art galleries, I said that, culinary arts, for example, which would be another opportunity for under the arts, but yet bringing in food. We have a lot of vision, and we want to share that with everybody here who perhaps may not know, because I believe a hub of this nature, in addition to the retail, of course, is a great repurposing of retail space that is not being used effectively. And there's plenty of parking at the mall. It's very well lit. There's security. It's safe. It's great to be able to have this. And we, as theater producers, must always consider this kind of situation when we're bringing people into an area, a hub that is going to be vibrant and exciting, and something that I think there's plenty of room and opportunity for in the city. Different from this downtown. It's a different kind of coming together. So I'm here just to give you that information from my perspective. I think that also having the open space would be another opportunity, the Greenway, another opportunity, combined with the arts, combined with the entertainment, combined with the food and beverage, and the retail, would make just an unbelievably perfect picture. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Dwayne Bellinger.
Yes, it's Dwayne here. Good evening. The topic is along the river, water, and I want to discuss taking. Property along the river, along the beaches, along wherever there's flooding. And we know who's doing the taking. It's the producers of carbon, the oil companies and the coal companies, and those are the ones that need to be sued. But to prevent us from being accused of taking, that it would be appropriate that if no place that is with lower than 5 feet, I last asked at the last general plan that we take 10 feet, but that nothing below 5 feet be increased in the number of houses. That your employees here be directed that nothing will increase the number of houses that will allow somebody to stand up later and say, oh, they're taking something you gave us. Don't give them one additional house, one additional bedroom, any place below 5 feet above sea level, above beach level. That is, they could tell us, the attorney can tell us, they've got us now. Don't give them one additional inch that somebody 10, 20 years from now will be being accused of taking from these fools who buy land at sea level. I would suggest that we also require, in the interest of children, that all property, all houses that are built below 5 feet, that the sleeping quarters be on the second floor. You may have to make some adjustments for disabled people, but all the housing be such that the children are sleeping upstairs, will not have water rushing into their houses during the night. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes public comment on this iteration and these particular items. I'd like to bring it back to council and see if we can do this in some sort of a tidy way. I'm realizing we're one of 5 elements in, and it's already 9 o'clock on a meeting that started at 5 o'clock. So how can we be more efficient?
Can I just just a response on a couple items that came up during public comment, just factual?
Please do.
Great point by Ally Gaylord. We will verify the half mile, because definitely the idea of incentivizing housing funding opportunities. So we will look at that to make sure. The ArcGIS tool has been publicly available for some time. It is on the general plan website. It has been used at GPAC meetings. It has been available as part of the land use policy framework. So I just want to make sure that people know it's out there. It is a great tool. It's lots of fun to play with the layers and look at different things. It may not have all the data everyone would want on it. I don't think it has vacancy rates as a layer on it, but it does have a lot of cool layers. So, and I want to just emphasize that the council is not taking an action tonight. This is a feedback loop. We are initiating, as I mentioned previously, direct communication, direct outreach with all of the property owners. So we will continue to be doing that and doing that outreach over the next couple months, so that prior to anything coming before the council in the summer for any type of action, we will have had that communication with all of the property owners that are in these areas of change.
Okay, and where I was hoping to head is that we would pull each of the sections that you wanted comments on, and we do a speed round across the dais of any feedback we wanted to give you on that. And so I think the first one is the North River. If we could pop that. Everybody know where I'm headed on this? Asking for quick comments on each of the elements that they previously discussed and evaluated, right? That we, in this point, say, yeah, we like, we don't like, a little feedback. Head nod? Good? We're good? On the one that's in front of us.
Upstream river from downstream.
Yes, so this is the one that had alternate 1, alternate 2, modified 2, and does anybody not want to go with modified 2? Is that just what additional comment would one want to make to? So, Councilmember Barnacle, all good the way we are right here on this one. Right here on this one. And that sounds like a overwhelming yes.
For clarification, you're saying that okay with the modified alternative 2 as shown in the briefing
with
book.
the intent that we write in somehow
some
about our
additional
overall
policies.
goal is to take it all to nature in this area. Good. Next slide.
Do we want to talk about the outlets? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the one thing I heard about the outlets was that the maker distinction allowed hotel, and perhaps that's not appropriate, and 4 stories, and perhaps that's not appropriate. That requires us to actually have groupthink here. Councilmember Barnacle.
I would concur. Hotels feels a little out of place for that designation. I guess I'm not so worried about the 4 stories, but the question I have on this one in particular is one of the questions I had was like the maker versus the business park, and it almost feels like the maker space is in some ways, been a new thing that we've introduced. And when I look at the business park, one of the main differences is retail, and in a business park, like introducing a sandwich shop or introducing something that is serving the local employees. So I'm just wondering, like, why we wouldn't, I guess, just merge the two and just acknowledge that, like, having more flexibility in these spaces is not a bad thing. Maybe that's a question, I guess. But otherwise, I'm supportive of what we've done with the outlet. And Mr. Groen, I loved your vision, and I look forward to hearing the council, engage more with the property owner.
Is the question to eliminate business park or replace makerspace with business park?
Oh, I'm getting, like, we're giving you the thumbs up on this right now, and this is where we have to get into, like, the actual designations, right? And so we're proposing right now, I think it's commercial business, right, or commercial.
It's community commercial.
Right? So we're giving significantly more flexibility to the outlet malls with the maker micro business, right? Which at face value is a good thing. And my question, I guess, I'll table it. I support going to maker and micro business. I have questions about why we have the business park designation that we can table for maybe after people have gone to sleep.
And Councilmember Quinn?
Yeah, I just wanted to come back and ask if there's any comments regarding the, the outreach to the management at the outlet center. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so that is something we're kicking off and we are doing, and like I mentioned, we will be reaching out to all of the property owners in all of the areas of change before we bring anything back for an action. So that will happen prior to a formal action on the land use map.
Should we have perhaps done that prior to tonight?
I mean, it was also waiting to decide where some of this was going to fall out, like what were the comments, so it wouldn't have hurt, and we were balancing a lot of things to keep moving this forward. So we also were identifying those property owners to do direct outreach to, mailers to, trying to look at the different considerations in terms of the flood modeling. So there was a lot of different things going into it, but it is something we have initiated and we will be doing.
Also, I would say it helps with those conversations for staff to have feedback from the council so that they can help sort of give some clarity to the potentially affected property owners what the council perspective is on some of these choices.
Thank you. Are we good?
I was just going to say I'm generally in favor of giving more flexibility to the landowners, and so going from what it is now today, a commercial, community commercial, to a maker seems to benefit the business, and so I'd be in favor of that.
Councilmember Carley, anything more on this one?
No, I just go back to my original comment about, maker and how that's defined, and, hotels and 4 stories versus, business park is extremely similar. Not too many differences overall, but, as long as maker was across the board redefined to exclude hotels and going up 4 stories, I think I would support that. Otherwise, I think business park would be more appropriate.
Thank you. And then, do you want to weigh in? Yeah.
Well, as someone who actually goes to the outlets quite a bit, my teenage granddaughter loves the stores. My parents love the theater productions. My younger grandkids go to numerous birthday parties. There's like 2 gymnastics locations, but there is no restaurant. And we will plan an event, and then we will leave and go somewhere else to eat in another shopping center or downtown or something. So anything that we can do to help this area be all inclusive with restaurants and for the theater goers and also the shoppers and also those looking for discount food. I mean, they're going to Costco outside of our community, and they're looking for shopping like for appliances. So those are two retails that are not in our community now that I wouldn't mind seeing along with the outlets. And then the evening with restaurants and breweries, that would be an awesome connection. And there is a wonderful park. If no one's gone out there and done the trails, it's amazing. And there's a big eco recycling thing in the parking lot too. You have to go check out. Just my plug.
Okay. Well, I love that the zoning on this is so flexible. It could do all those things, but I kind of visualize this more as a Barlow Oxbow with theater, classier event space, and I think the only way we can get there is with good connection with the property owner, which I kind of wish had been gone on, and also with the primary tenant, Cinnabar. I mean, I haven't been to any of their kids' productions because that's what's there now, but I look forward to the adult performances there in the future. But the Kinder Gym is working excellently. That's a hot spot for all youth parties now. But the rest of the mall is got the kind of mall problem that most of America has, and I would love our economic development team, not only our planning team, but our economic development team, to say, you know, how do we goose it up the next level? So not only are we commenting on general plan, we're commenting on economic development, but I really love the idea, and I don't know if it's really appropriate for us to have put in Arts District without the connection with the arts folks. I agree. I wish we'd been here sooner. The other properties all seem like they take care of themselves with the concepts you've laid out, the Lakeville properties and the River Park. And so I think we're ready to move to our next piece of this.
Have we done we're trying to do a straw poll to give a thumbs up, right? I'm not sure whether we have that. And I definitely want to talk about the River Park.
We should definitely talk about you should definitely talk about the River Park if you wish to at this time.
Okay. I'm just process-wise. Are we going through each one of these individually? Or are we having everybody sort of just puke out their thoughts?
How do we do this? We were only up to outlets, weren't we?
So do we have a consensus? What I heard was okay with the maker micro business designation, but no hotels in that designation. That's what I heard.
Consensus. Yeah.
Okay,
is that the consensus?
Yeah, I mean, which would essentially be business park, because they're identical with the exception of the hotel and the different FAR as far as usage is applied.
No, retail is not allowed in business park, so that would be a pretty significant difference. I don't know if like a theater is allowed in business park. And the only restaurants that I believe are allowed in business park is if they're lunch serving, because the idea is they would serve the local.
Retail and services is listed at the bottom of business park.
Oh, it's added in the new one. It's not currently.
Yeah, I think that's right. It was a change that we were proposing, but I think there would still be some additional uses in Maker that would be broader than business park. And then you would also have the consideration that changing business park would affect other places outside of what we're looking at right here. So we just have to think of that. If we want to go that direction, that would affect the businesses over by, the Redwood Boulevard side of things. So that could be a decision, but we were consciously trying to provide maximal flexibility in Maker, and be a little bit more careful in business park, but we could reconsider.
My apologies. I was quoting from the existing business park designation.
That's all right.
So I guess the question, Mayor, is what is the consensus direction from the council on the outlets? I'm not clear.
So, did you have a comment you wanted to make there?
Yeah, I'll be the one outside of consensus. I'd say maximum 4 stories is way too high for this whole area, anywhere in it. 2 stories, I think it should be nicer. 3, hard to accept that, but 2 stories for any in this area. And along the Petaluma Boulevard, I'd say I would like to see some townhouses, maybe just along the boulevard, so folks come in and out and do that, and nothing behind them is my preference in that location. And of course, nothing in south of the outlet mall. There's no accessibility hardly whatsoever at the moment, unless you put a road over the railroad, the old railroad that's still kind of sitting by the freeway there. So I'm unhappy with the whole situation. So I'm just going to say it outright.
So I think that allows for them to kind of cook it together for the next presentation in summertime. And the maker concept for the existing mall property, with the caveat that it's not 4 stories, it's 3, and it's not hotel. I think we have a consensus on that. Please.
I want to make sure there's no housing included in this, and I want to reiterate the fact that this
And do
area.
we all understand there's no housing at all up here? Okay. And I hear you that you're thinking it's a good idea along the board, but I think we have consensus and going to move forward.
Talking specifically about the outlet mall, not the parcels north and
Let's
south.
settle the outlet mall first. And so there's absolutely no residential in the outlet mall. Now, I guess we take it back a section. What are we calling across the river from the outlet mall along Petaluma Boulevard? Is that zoning in this piece? It looks like it is.
It was in the previous steps.
Okay. Right, the non-mall, the upstream section. Has it, and so does that allow any residential in that?
The maker, the red area, the red
Can we,
maker red.
let's flip the slide away from the outlet back to the 3 slides back.
Yeah, anywhere you see that dark maroon red, that is commercial only, no residential is allowed. The area where we were talking about the potential residential is the brown area.
Yeah. Okay.
The light brown.
Is that considered part of this, what we're talking about, since it's owned by the factory outlet? Or are we just talking
It's
about
not
the
owned by the
factory?
factory
No, the areas owned by the factory outlets are immediately adjacent, so the brown areas are not owned by the factory outlets.
They're all owned by Johnson. And the browns are Johnson, and the red is Johnson too. But the Cinnabar property is,
So I had thought that we had a thumbs up, a consensus, a thumbs up on the North River, the North Reach. But it,
I think we agree that there's no housing in the North Reach. Okay.
No.
Let's take that as a concurrence.
there is the light brown there.
Yeah. Borders
Is
Boulevard.
the,
That's the modified proposal?
mm-hmm.
It's a modified alternative too.
Yeah, modified alternative 2. This is going to be confusing because it's showing the Petaluma Boulevard sub-area mixing in with this, so this is going to be confusing. So this area includes the dark red, which is the maker space. It includes the maker space in that area that Ron is circling along the boulevard. And then it shows those 2 light brown areas, which are the low, diverse low residential. And then a de-intensification of that lighter pink, which is going from community commercial to neighborhood commercial to still have it be commercial, but a less intensive commercial. That encompasses both the northern reach and the outlets are right there, obviously in the middle.
I'm not in support of this. I'm not in support of throwing the thumbs down.
Well, I think a few of us like Alt 2, but a modified version of it, not that modified version.
Okie dokie. So what is it that you see as different between modified Alt 2 and what we were just peeking at? So if we blow up this slide just a little bit, we'll see similarities, and then maybe staff can point out any difficulties. Can we blow this up?
Councilmember Cater Thompson, just going back to the residential, west of the river in the light brown, that is currently medium dense, residential at medium density. And I think there's 3 different parcels there that you can access off of the boulevard. So going back to the earlier conversation about some of the constraints that we should be considering as part of, or that we are compelled to consider as part of land use redesignation potentials, the proposal is to take it down to diverse low. So we're still retaining some of the property rights, but also it's reflecting our interest, the community's interest, to de-intensify the upper reach. And so that's what's producing the the two tan blocks right now. So on the left, so west of the river, actually they're both currently zoned. They're in orange. They're medium density. So they have property rights to develop as housing. And I know we've been going back and forth about this probably for the past hour and a half, but we're trying to balance some of these considerations. It's currently zoned for residential at a much higher level. We want to retain some of the property rights, but also meet the vision that we have and also balance what a real problem that we're seeing on the upper reach with respect to sea level rise and flooding. And so this is our proposal. If there is, direction from staff to consider it differently, I mean, we could even take those two separate if you want to look at the outlets separate from the residentially zoned tan parcels. We can do that too. I mean, we don't need to look at it as one just blob, if that helps.
I just go back to the more development upstream, you're going to have downstream flooding, and I'm not going to support flooding our town. I've seen it before numerous times, and that is what we are doing. We are actually setting it up so we can continue to have more development. Pay rent area might flood. We did flood control projects so they didn't flood, and the more development upstream, that's what's going to happen.
What's your alternate
You can go any
proposal?
direction you want, but I'm sticking with mine.
Make an alternate proposal.
Well, the alternate proposal would be I would not expand the factory outlet, except for I just stick with the existing, what's there, and not go to north or south. And I realize, north, you really can't develop on that property, but I wouldn't go north and I would not, I just don't support housing next to a freeway either because
So if I understand staff right, we have a dense development opportunities out here. We can't take it all away by zoning, which is the thing we're doing today, zoning. And so we push it down and we add notes that it's intended to head towards park.
you can go any direction that you want. I'm just going to say I'm a thumbs down and I'm sticking with that.
All right.
So it doesn't matter. So we can end the conversation.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to flood our town out. I've seen it before many times.
Okay. And anyone else want to weigh in? Did you have something you were? Yeah. Okay. Can you make something from that? I don't think you have a consensus. I think you have a majority that understands the nuance.
I think we have some really good feedback unless you
And
have
the
questions.
nuance, please.
Yeah.
I understand it.
So we do have to give every property a land use designation. So as we've talked about, taking it down to all open space parks is a potential issue in terms of property owner rights and regulatory takings. We've gotten some good feedback. We understand this support for the Greenway project and the desire to have written policies about headed in that direction. If we have a majority of the city council in a straw poll to thumbs up the recommended alternative, we can move forward. And I think we're
So let's just say, do we have a thumbs up on this as the recommended alternative? Have we given?
Yes.
So we have
okay.
4.
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
that's as close as we're going to get tonight on this. We need to push on to other elements here. We also had the River Park property. Is that the one that comes up next? And the staff is going to revisit whether the affordable housing and the railroad distance, et cetera. And so we'll see this again in a slightly different form. Do we want to delegate the final effort on this to staff rather than crunch it tonight? Councilmember Barnacle?
I just want to say, generally speaking, I support the River Park's request. for more flexibility. I think I like the approach with the overlay of having the discretion when we go above 4 floors. So I appreciate that approach. If we can introduce that type of flexibility with discretion on this parcel, I certainly want to see it, because like they're doing a huge service for our community by bringing this amazing park to our city, and a core part of their business model is being able to develop their land and earn return on their land so that can fund the park. And part of supporting them in having this park is also recognizing that the reality of their business model of support of being able to make this all work is being able to place housing there. And so I want to encourage the flexibility so that honestly their great vision can come to life. They're working with amazing architects, David Baker Architects, like it has the potential to be an awesome project, and we don't want to limit their ability to, make their vision come to life. That's what, we see it all over projects entitled and they're not getting approved. And I want to make sure that, when they say that this is what it's going to take, like I believe them, like not just because I know them, but like I believe them because we haven't seen things get built when they're not able to go above. The podium stuff starts at 4 floors, and then if you can't earn a return on the 5th and the 6th floor, like you've just had to go to a much higher cost form of construction, and but your returns are capped at 4 floors. So I'm encouraging us to allow flexibility in this instance.
Concurrence or modification?
Okay, I'll be dissenting vote. My preference is half farmland and half low-density mid-housing. Nothing more than that in this whole area. I think it was turned into a whole park and make it look like a park, the whole thing. Height 4 stories, totally ridiculous in my mind for this property.
So noted.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate kind of what I said during goals and priorities, and I know I'm probably in the minority here, but to have something currently designated RDI, I think that's invaluable to Petaluma, having the ability to have industry along both the river and rail at the same time. And though it's maybe not being used today, I think to take that away from Petaluma from the future, if maybe something arises in the future where it could be used again, I think that's something you don't ever get back. So
noted. Any comment? Yes, please.
I would like to see some creativity with some live work, especially along that corridor. I do agree with Councilmember Shribs. I don't want to see the higher, the more shadows they're going to cast. And but 2-3 stories, you could do a townhouse with some live work opportunities for people, and you got your park right there. So that's my feeling.
Okay, and you can.
I think there should be more density there in that area. It's a half a mile from a rail, and that's the purpose of being close to a rail is higher density. But I do want to just make a comment that one of the things I love most is coming down Oak Street and seeing the Hunt and Barrens. And, and that's what I want to preserve, is making sure when we do intensify that you at least have those view corridors, because that's just my favorite all the time, and I don't want to lose that view.
Okay. And I would say dense housing over a portion of the property. The housing type should be dense. The park should be whatever their balance is for their endowment to take care of the park is. And so we have a split council, but I think we have 4 votes for dense on the property.
Yeah, so I think I'm hearing 4 that make sure to align with River Park, discretion over 4 floors, and making sure we have that half-mile radius to include housing to maximize funding. Is that accurate? Okay.
Yes. And we had one more element. Who's driving here?
Downstream.
Anyone want to provide a comment here? Other than, yes, this, it was explained clearly?
Most of this area right now is covered with public storage. Are we anticipating that public storage is going to be long-term, or is that we want it all converted to something very different than public storage, except for the one empty lot basically in there? Or are we just talking about the one empty lot that we want to do something with?
Most of this area is already developed, so that would theoretically continue until the property owners wanted to redevelop it. We might learn of some of that intent as part of when we talk with these property owners about something that they might want to look at doing. And then they have greater flexibility under the makerspace to redevelop with non-residential uses. But no residential here. This is an area that sees a lot of flooding, impacts from king tide, sea level rise, storm surges. So that's why this is proposed for no residential.
Okay, so I would go with 4-story max, not 6-story, and because it's right next to a lot of path where the parkland, where we want to view the hills right from there, and that would be blocking the view from that path right in Almond Marsh. So I'm not in favor of really tall buildings right next to the
It's
trail.
not proposed, it's 4-story max. Is
Sorry,
the
max.
maker designation is a 4-story maximum.
Okay.
Any other comments? Are we feeling that one we're taken through with no comments? Okay. So what the next on our screen?
Can we take like a 5-minute break?
Yeah. Well, while you pull up the next set, and right, we're on next set. We're going to take a 5-minute stretch and be right back.
Patricia is sitting over here just laughing at us. I'm never going to stop her. I know that. I have to try. Yeah, this one would have been. All right, so this is.
I didn't know we've ever met before in person. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. How are you doing?
I'm not sure I'm going to make it till midnight, but only through number 1. I think the one I want to comment on is like 4 out of 5. So, but I still have letter. I don't know if you guys got my letter or something. I have to push up there. So that's really what I want to do. Just that I think Washington and the South like deeply some people that actually identify. So hopefully, I don't feel like there's a lot of representation of the east side of GPAC left anymore. It's like me and Chris Carlo and it. So hoping east siders can band together.
Yeah, totally. So densification law, sorry.
So it's really just, it's the Washington Plaza, the Safeway Shopping Center, and the Plaza South. they have them both as a step down mixed use designation. So they have stepping down to 3 stories along the ground, and then stepping down to 3 stories along the back of the Safeway shopping center. The back of the Safeway already is back of the 3-story apartment building. They use the mixed use like the chiropractor and the quick stop and all that. So it doesn't make sense why you would step down to 3 back there. That should all just be core and don't like take away the economic value of that. And then same thing with McDowell. Like it doesn't make sense to step down to 3 along McDowell. The initial reason given was because there's single family across the street. So like it's a street. It could be as far, you know, it's like almost as if it's in a different neighborhood, even though it's just across the street. So did you see the the Plaza Walking Plaza one or the one up at Lakeshore?
Washington Square.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, so it's
When did that happen?
I think it was just like this last week.
Oh, yeah, I've been reading the press summer crap, but maybe I was worried about all the subfunding and all the federal stuff.
I
didn't see it.
Yeah, it came across like just on my feed.
Okay.
And I didn't even read the whole thing.
Okay. Well, I have a membership to the PD.
I'm just curious.
Okay, let's give it a try here. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. And bringing this meeting back to order. Thank you, everybody. So I think during the break we figured out the magnitude of the discussion tonight, and so maybe we have a bit of a suggestion from staff as to how to, or what we can conceive of achieving tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the proposal is to do one more chunk, if you will, that would be the downtown area of change and the downtown smart station area of change, and then continue the rest of the discussion for a subsequent meeting, and then also recommend after presentation going to public comment and then coming back up for council discussion and direction instead of
Right.
the.
Okay, I think that's a great idea. Presentation, direct to public comment, and then bring it back to council. So let's kick it off again. Where are we?
Okay, so we'll present the briefing book cut sheets for the downtown and the downtown smart station. So starting with downtown, you're all very familiar, I believe, at this point with existing conditions downtown, so I won't go into great detail here. But again, we were trying to be very mindful of what we heard from the public about wanting to preserve the historic character and the view corridors and the vibrancy of downtown, providing a mix of housing options, and to continue to support its economic vibrancy with a critical focus on the active first floor uses. And then also a great deal of interest in making sure underutilized and vacant lands are developed consistent with the community's vision as well. So we really presented kind of a similar level of intensification just across two different geographies. So really, in the simplest terms, alternative one was very similar to what you considered last week for the overlay, and then alternative two was simply an expanded area in which that would apply. So this is not the overlay, it's the application of a designation similar in standards and allowed uses as the overlay. So we were testing the concept that was being considered on a separate track, and the geographic extent to which it might be applied. A lot of consensus perspective on not appreciating the increase in intensity regardless of the geographic extent. And so our recommendation to council is and this is in awareness of your decision last week, is to maintain the discretionary route that you established last week through the overlay, but not change the underlying general plan designations in that area. So retain the existing mixed use. We would apply the new corresponding designation, which in this case would be, it's the downtown mixed use, I believe, which is very similar in nature to your existing mixed use in the general plan.
Can you touch on the GPAC recommendation on this one?
Yes. I'm trying to remember if we talked about this in detail in January or not. No. So the original recommendation was a modified version of Alternative 2, which is the broader geographic extent of the intensification, but with an effort to mitigate impacts on the surrounding single family. So lowering the permissible heights in the areas abutting single family down to 4 stories instead of 6.
So some of the nuance to the discussion here, obviously there was a consideration of an item at last week's council meeting on the overlay. There are, one of the things we heard, I believe it was at the overlay workshop at the council, there was some interest in if the council were to consider the overlay, that they wanted to make sure that it stayed a discretionary review process. So that's one of the keys here, is there's the option to modify the land use designation to match the overlay or the flexibility in the overlay, but if that is done, then it is like a by right that somebody could have the 6 stories, whereas the overlay sets it up as a discretionary review so that the Planning Commission and on appeal the City Council can look on a project by project basis to go up to 6 stories. So given that the council just introduced the ordinance and assuming that the council would like to maintain that discretion, what the opportunity could be is to leave it with a corresponding change to downtown mixed use, but that's the 4-story maximum, and maintain that discretionary review of the overlay in the zoning ordinance. One of the nuances I do want to bring up, and because we did talk about it last Monday night, is the downtown mixed use as proposed in the designation chart does increase density, does increase the maximum density up to 45 units per acre. It does not increase the 4-story, but it does increase the allowable density. So there would be the opportunity for greater density within the form of 4 stories under that land use designation. So while we didn't have a recommendation in the briefing book because last week's decision we're just getting the council's direction on that, that is one of the opportunities or the feedback loops for the council to consider providing tonight is, do you want to look at changing the land use designation to match the overlay, or do you want to keep the provisions in the overlay purely discretionary through that process and keep the land use designation as the downtown mixed use, which would be limited to 4 stories, except for as provided by the overlay through the discretionary review process? Should we move on to the next area in this?
So just across the river is the downtown smart area. Familiar with existing conditions. The heart of this is the smart station, lots of vacant properties in the vicinity thereof, and then some already developed parcels both across Lakeville and across Washington and downturn near the Turning Basin. One thing that not everybody often recognizes is that through the SMART code, the T5 and T6 zones currently allow mixed use, T5 up to 4 stories and T6 up to 6. And it's T5 also, they believe, with Planning Commission approval is up to 6. Again, significant, seen as a very critical area in the city relative to the community's vision. A lot of interest in housing in proximity to the SMART station. Lots of interest in intensified uses in proximity to the station, better use of underutilized lands, and really seeing this as a prime spot in which to greatly increase the amount of housing and complementary non-residential uses to further enhance the core of the city, again, with the SMART station being a critical amenity. So we presented kind of one option, given that there was already fairly intense development permitted. We presented an option that would increase that up to 8 stories across the areas you see on the map that are in purple, dark purple, which would significantly increase the allowable intensity of particularly residential development, and up to 8 stories in this case. And the feedback, quite frankly, was mixed. A lot of people just generally during the engagement was against anything of significant height, largely over 4 stories. But in this case, given its proximity to the station, there was considerable support for some intensification, including development over 4 stories. The GPAC of note was very supportive of intensification. When we discussed it with them again in light of community feedback in January, they gave us some great ideas about some refinement to that, which you see largely reflected in the recommendation, which is to focus the greatest increase in allowable intensity and height very close to the station, but not immediately adjacent. Step it back a little bit from Lakeville, the railroad, and Washington. So you see that in the darkest portion at the center of the currently vacant parcel there. And then have the next greatest intensity adjacent to that in the slightly lighter purple, up to 6 stories, but also at a fairly significant allowable density. Likewise, across the street at what's currently the CVS and some other developments. But then otherwise retain the existing, or designations equivalent to the existing T5 and T6 SMART code zones abutting the station immediately, Washington, and the area immediately across from downtown.
Can I add a few things? One of the things that GPAC talked about in terms of how the station mixed use, that little rectangle that is station mixed use, why they pulled it away was because of the interface with the historic depot. Originally it had been more in that kind of horseshoe shape, and they, after discussion in January, suggested that actually we flip it so it's pulled away from the historic depot to ensure that interface. So that was one thing I wanted to mention. I also want to mention this is the only place, as proposed, that 8 stories, up to 8 stories, is that rectangle. That's the only place we have station mixed use at this point. And it's putting it in the area in closest proximity to the downtown SMART station. So I know there is a lot of concern about 8 stories going everywhere in town. So I just really want to emphasize that that is the only place that's proposed for 8 stories. And then this kind of plays into Mr. Rakuson's comment earlier. The GPAC did talk about, while not particularly fearful of 8 stories in and of itself, recognizing that having good design guidelines for the city was an important piece to ensure that we get quality design when we're going to these higher intensity opportunities in town. So really underscoring the importance of having design guidelines, especially for these areas that are increasing in intensity, and having that as a policy in the land use framework as something to implement to ensure that the city is getting the type of development when they're allowing 8 stories or the larger intensity building form.
I think that begs a little clarification.
Does that 8 stories include a parking garage underneath for the residents? Because that area was under the SMART code, and we had something maybe 15 years ago that we worked really hard to get approved, and it never got approved, and I'm not sure why it went south, but it had something to do with the SMART code, and there was going to be parking underneath mixed use. Help me out.
So the SMART code, some of the graphics in the SMART code are kind of a, I've heard it called like a Texas wrap, where you've got the parking garage, if you will, in the center with the development wrapped around it, so it's not visible from the street per se. So the way this would develop could develop in a lot of different ways. It also, it's important to note that the city is not able to require on-street parking within a half a mile of the station by state law. So I can't tell you how the parking is going to be configured, because there's lots of opportunities to do different things. And based on recent state law to try to incentivize housing near transit to support transit, there would not be any parking requirement for housing in this area.
Even if it's mixed use, where you might have people driving to get there to interact with the businesses?
Yes. It doesn't mean they can't provide parking, but the city cannot require on-site parking for those type of uses. The only use that they can require within that area of the SMART station would be for hotel motels.
Okay, is that the downtown? Okay, we promised to go to public comment, and so I'll be asking the clerk to start the timer. And I don't think we need to repeat the message, but the idea is before the timer runs out, bring a card up to the clerk. And so and it'll run for a minute here. And our first speaker would be Nicola, and the second speaker, I'm pretty sure Danielle has left the building, and the second speaker would be Allie Gaylord, if you want to speak on this topic. Does anyone not have a card in that needs to have a card in? Okay.
Go?
Go.
My name is Nicola Fry. I'm the chair of the Senior Advisory Committee, a planning commissioner, and a board member of Rebuilding Together. I've attended most of the GPAC meetings for the last 18 months and have volunteered to be part of the public information events regarding land use and other aspects of the proposed general plan. But I'm also a staunch supporter of creating housing for Petaluma and believe it is by far our #1 issue. While all of this is true, I have serious concerns regarding the land use policy framework. It seems to me that many aspects of this framework are exceedingly beneficial to developers, allowing them to create 5, 6, 7, and possibly 8-story structures for housing. This process of building taller and taller while cramming excessive housing units into a building disregards the actual needs of humans. Our current building ordinances have resulted over the last 5 or more years in the construction of large buildings that are completely devoid of any semblance of architecture, are overly expensive to purchase or rent, and lack any sense of proportions that are designed for people. Many towns, cities, and counties are revising and revisiting their land use policies currently to better incentivize a different utilization for land. Some of the newer changes that I've found happen statewide are simplifying the housing permitting and development process, like over-the-counter permits, allowing for development using prefab housing construction, prioritizing affordable housing development on public land by utilizing land trusts, creating financial and development incentives that promote the creation of affordable housing, like tax benefits and free fee permits, eliminating exclusionary zoning codes that restrict multifamily use, legalizing multiple accessory dwelling units per lot, removing the minimum lot size requirements, and many more, while revising building codes that restrict low-cost housing developments. While I recognize that Petaluma is working toward many of these changes, I believe that the land use framework does not adequately define and incentivize these developments for developers. We need to move away from land use policies that encourage tall, multi-story developments and into land use policies that encourage designing for real people.
Thank you. Ali Gaylord, to be followed by Darren Rakazin.
Good evening again, Ali Gaylord. As an Eastside Petaluma resident and member of the General Plan Advisory Committee for the past 4 years, I'm very excited to see all the discussion that's happening tonight and the consideration by the city council members. I did want to give a shout out and a thanks to the city staff and the consultant team for your hard work on this for many, many years and listening to us and the community month after month and helping listen to our comments and generate this land use framework. I particularly appreciate the focus on the 15-minute neighborhoods to create housing and amenities within a 15-minute walk or bike ride. I do want to respond specifically on the downtown and station and downtown smart station intensification. I do want to say that the General Plan Advisory Committee did have consensus around the downtown smart area of being dense and having good design guidelines. Supporting our transit ridership is really, really important to the success of the SMART train. So it makes sense to locate dense development there. With regard to the downtown area, we asked, but I'm not sure that we ever received it, and maybe it was presented during the overlay last week, but to see a map of what we talked about allowing the T6 and how it interfaces with the historic district. So I don't know if that was ever presented, but I think it would be a useful visual. But there was consensus at the GPAC also to intensify the downtown and allow that to go higher and to really spark both housing development and economic development by not having to rely on a discretionary process by developers, because that just adds time, cost, and uncertainty. So if that is really a goal of the city council to consider that by right approval method. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Rakazin, to be followed by Lydia Aslin.
Thank you. I appreciate the recommendations by Ramey and Associates. I think focusing your intensification in those areas where you really want to get projects done, including around that downtown smart station, which has languished for a while. Let's make sure we can deliver something there. I think the general plan would be a good time to really dive into this issue of context of state housing law and what that means. I think for the overlay, it was kind of hung out there as a specter, but we never really, I mean, maybe it wasn't germane to really dive into it with that project, but I think with the general plan, we really have to analyze what existing density bonus law and the current state housing framework really means for increasing heights. I mean, the scariest examples in Santa Cruz, where they had a pre-application for 14 or 16 stories from a 6-story by right area. Who knows if that actually made it through, but that's the concern. And I think we can really answer that question in the general plan of what does this mean? If we stay 8 stories by right, what does that functionally mean? And that's because we're in a state where we kind of have an overlay. It's called the state housing law overlay, and it goes over every city and every area. And I think the general plan, and especially when we think of this downtown area and the smart station area, is really the time to dig in and tackle that issue. So thank you.
Thank you, Lydia Aslan. And you have a seated time from Jane.
I'll try to.
Thank you.
I'll try to do it in 3.
I'll try not to be too strict either.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I actually came here tonight to talk about housing, specifically that missing middle housing that folks have talked about here, that Nicola talked about, that Veronica talked about, the duplexes, the triplexes, the fourplexes, the starter home size housing and condominiums that provide a path to home ownership. Low income and affordable rental housing. I mean, the gamut is out there. And I looked at the briefing book, and I see a real emphasis on 50 feet, 60 feet, even up to 90 feet at the smart station. And I think we're missing an opportunity to put different models out throughout as an East Sider. I think there's opportunities to tweak the zoning to accommodate all sorts of models within the single family sort of vibe that's out there. So what's driving the need for all of this height? Where's the economic data that supports going up this high? We haven't seen it yet. We really haven't, aside from the study that was done by the Berkeley folks that said relatively tall and dense mid-rise housing products are rarely financially feasible to build in Petaluma and the North Bay generally. The residential feasibility analysis completed for the Petaluma General Plan update found that the analyzed higher density 3, 5, and 8-story multifamily building prototypes were unlikely to pencil in Petaluma. So I'm all for gentle density. It's not really sexy. It's not big and tall. But I wonder if it could offer a quicker path to actually seeing something come to fruition. I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good here. What's the philosophy from you guys in community development? Do you wait for the perfect 8-story building to come along and wait years? Or if something comes along that's in that 4-story range? I think Councilmember Barnacle was talking about that. If something comes along that fits right now, that gets something built, why not? Why have the need to go that high? Thanks.
Thank you. Veronica Olson. And will you be needing more than 3 minutes? No. Good.
I don't think I have, no. Well, Wayne said he'd do it if I need to, so let's just see. Okay, so
Microphone, please.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Hi, everyone again. I think when I was speaking earlier about the 5 keys, community design, pedestrian experience, wealth building and local economy, and protecting our ecosystems and climate action. Those are kind of our governing emphasis. So I think with the downtown, keeping the heights as they are in the historic district, with, if there is a project and there is design standards, to actually have that be discretionary. But if we have no design guidelines, we don't have a planning department that has any designers on it, we don't have architects involved in the process, then how do we actually determine whether or not something is well designed? So I have a few ideas about how we could start that process earlier with the developers and try to get design as a value in our town, more of a conversation, more of a leading like our climate is, so we have climate and design together, because they're both, can help us solve problems, basically. So yeah, I'm really excited about this conversation coming out and out in the open, and seeing where it can go and how it can actually be an economic driver, a driver for livability and happiness as well. So let me see what else I have to say. The other idea that Nicola talked about is encouraging home ownership. David Baker, who was here, I actually contacted him to come to Petaluma, and many of you went to that conversation, but he said great cities are built by people who own their own homes. And he should know, because he's done 15,000 homes for people in his career. So, and the impact of 6-story plus developments and tall buildings lead to higher property values, which is another concern of mine. If we're trying to make things local, how do we solve that problem? Because we just start going up, and then nobody that lives here can afford to do anything. And we want to make these cross-sector relationships between the community, the city, the nonprofits, education sector, and seeing if we can get housing built. Maybe it's city property, maybe to start thinking out of the box. And then the other thing is our climate blueprint in terms of what we're going to do. Like, we haven't talked that much about embodied carbon of the larger buildings and the higher buildings. It's double. Once you go up to 4 stories, your embodied carbon increases, and so does your operating carbon. So emissions, sorry. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers. Yes. Good. And Maureen Gottschall to follow.
Good evening. Much of what I was going to say has been just said about some of the different kind of housing that maybe we could be looking at. But I have sort of a different perspective on it, because we have a housing element that we've pretty much already blown out of the water with our moderate and market rate building that's going to be happening, that we're required to do for the next 6 years. We really only have some very low income and low income housing that needs to be still built. Now, the housing element at 1,910 units was based on the assumption that our population increase would be 11% in the city and 19% in the county. And we just heard from Mr. Quint that the county is not expected to grow. So my first question would be, how much housing do you actually think we need? Because you can't build housing for Petalumans. You can only build housing in Petaluma. And that may or may not give any relief to our actual local residents, because the pressure on housing is countywide, it's Bay Area wide, it's statewide. So I think it'd be important to know, how many units do you think is enough units for Petaluma? I think it's a mistake to just say we have all these places we could build and not have any idea of what exactly that might you want to look like. The other thing is, in speaking to some of these other alternative types of housing, is that when you build apartment complexes, you're building for transient residents, because nobody wants to live in an apartment building forever. They don't want to raise a family in an apartment building. They don't want to be multi-generational in an apartment building. Sometimes they have to, and low-income housing is largely apartments. But other people move on. I know I did. Didn't you? Lived in an apartment, and then eventually, wherever it was you could afford a house, you bought a house because you wanted to raise a family, you wanted to do those things. And so we will be building, if we continue with the apartment model, we'll be building people who move on, who aren't going to be committed to Petaluma for a long time, who aren't going to stay here for 20 or 30 years. And so we need to look at other kind of housing where people can buy condos or houses that already have ADUs on them, or a much smaller footprint, or some other way for ownership to come, and for us to create a place for young people to build a community here.
Thank you. Maureen Gottschall to be followed by Dwayne Bellinger. Dwayne, you still here? There you go. If you got anything to say.
Ready? Okay. I actually want to thank you for this is a workshop, actually, with us being able to talk in the middle instead of having to listen to a 2-hour presentation and then trying to figure out what part of that presentation we were going to speak to. So thank you. I really love this format, and I would encourage us to use it moving forward. What I wanted to say is, when I saw the community feedback, it was actually the feedback that I saw. I went to the general plan community feedback at the fairgrounds, and that's what I saw. I saw all the little stickies in the section that said mixed use with 4 stories. So, and you saw the feedback that was provided. So I'm just curious how, if that's what the community provided, how did you get to 8? And then 8 stories plus a possible density bonus. You're talking 12, I think, which is insane to me, especially if we're talking about, let's talk about the SMART train, because the SMART train is not mass transit, and it's not going to be mass transit in the next 25 years. What the SMART train is right now here is if BART started in Fremont and built a line to Hayward and left it. That's where we're at. BART started in San Francisco and then moved out. So for us to really be discussing mass transit, and get people to their jobs, we need to be connected to San Francisco and the East Bay in a convenient manner. And that is not going to happen. So what's the problem is that if you're going to say, oh, you're half a mile from mass transit, the SMART train, which isn't mass transit, and then people aren't going to use it, you're not going to put parking in that building because you're calling it mass transit, and we're not going to have a connection that's convenient for 25 plus years to San Francisco, you are going to create gridlock. You're going to destroy the city. This isn't the plan. The plan isn't to go this high. Please listen to your community. Your community is telling you that they don't want to go that high. They want mixed use. They want 4 stories, and with the bonus, sure, go up to 6 at the SMART train level. But I love that, Claudia, gentle growth or gentle. That seems so much more appropriate for the reality of where we are. Please do a plan that's based on facts and reality of what our transit situation is going to be in the next 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne Bellinger, to be followed by Veronica Olson. Oh, she's in the beginning.
Yes, sir. SMART. I was down in San Diego when they first started building the BART cars. I was there in the building where they built them. They were building a park and ride system. They wanted to move people into the big city from residential areas all over the Bay Area. No, that's not SMART. We got SMART here is a place where you can live near it. You can get on it and ride down to entertainment in Marin. You can go up to Santa Rosa for entertainment. You can go to the parks. You could do all kinds of things. You can live around the SMART station and have walk to your industrial park. There's plenty of industrial park on the north end of town. It's what you have to concerned with around the SMART station is that you have schools, you have parks, and you have a walkable community. That's not why I came here today. I have a different vision of SMART than the previous talker. What I came here to say was that when we build anything, if we're going to put families in it, we need schools within walking distance, we need parks, but most of all, we need groceries. And how do we get it so that they don't, some big grocery store doesn't buy up the Safeway on the northeast end of town and close it down and make apartments out of the whole 10 acres. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes public comment on this segment for the evening, and we're going to bring it back, and we're going to try and have a consensus-y thing like we did on the last one. But before I do that, is there anybody who wants to weigh in on what we've heard or opinions more broadly before we end? John?
I agree with what the speakers talked about, getting more mixed uses and things, so that if we build a large facility down next to the SMART station, it needs to include things like grocery stores as part of the structures and everything. And I'm considering looking at 6 versus 8 stories, and I don't want anything 8 stories built in this town, period.
Okay.
Not even close. I want a maximum of this. We said 6. Okay, I'm going to live with 6. We're pumped up for. But I'm also would like to stipulate we use the same step back system we're using downtown, and the step backs that I still like better, which I'd still like to go back to the downtown overlay on this, is that I see you see step backs from the street. I would see step backs from street view. So unless there's a 6-story or 7-story building behind it, it's still going to be seen from the block behind it. So that's still street view from behind. So if you're in the parking lot over at the public market, Petaluma Market, and you're looking up at a 75-foot wall right behind it, which is what we are allowing right now, that's a little bit too much from visually. I'm still like 6 feet, but I think step backs, and I'd go 360 degrees around the building and allow up. And if we do that then with by right, that would be fine at the station for that one spot there. But I'd like to see otherwise. And the other part of it is on, there's that little piece, according to the map, what I'm seeing there, unless we zero right into it, right next to where we can get onto the new docks, there is a little grassy area, and it looked like, according to that map, that grassy area was going to be included. And I want to make sure that that particular property is zero building and is set up for lake view or river view and parking and service for the river and not for building at all. So I want to make sure that that particular property is, because it looks like it's included in that 6-story structure area. All right, that's all I have for right now.
Okay, come from this side. Yeah.
So just want to point out a few little facts. 80% of the housing units in Petaluma are single family. We should expect a single family bias. I consider myself a real person. I have a kid, and my wife and I would gladly sell our single family house and move downtown if there was a 3-bedroom condo that we could live in, a 2-bedroom condo that we can live in. I'm a real person, and I think we should stop othering people who choose to live in that lifestyle. It's a different lifestyle. We don't currently offer that lifestyle in Petaluma, and that's why we don't have people living in that lifestyle. And it's really it's frustrating to have people saying that, because there's real people in our city who have lived in apartments for years, and we're saying that they don't want to, or they're transient, they're not invested here. Those are people that are absolutely invested here, and they serve a critical role in our economy. And I think it's absolutely it makes my stomach turn to hear the conversation about apartment living from people who don't live in apartments, as if they know what's best for our community. Let people make their damn decisions. I want to say since 2012, our home values have doubled. I agree with the comment about not enough focus on triplexes and duplexes. That's a general comment for the whole thing. You know, when there's a little blurb in there that says our single family neighborhoods are going to be eligible for lot splits and things because of state law. ADUs, we're absolutely pushing gentle density. That's because state law makes all of that by right. This is focused on like the intentional transformation land uses that we're focusing on. And it's not doing a service to all the other stuff. And I have serious questions about how do we implement a 15-minute neighborhood and incorporate light commercial into a single family neighborhood. That's like a genuine question I have. How are we going to implement that? Because that actually is a fairly significant transformation too, going from like a very restrictive, homogeneous zone to something that's much more flexible than was intended. The comments about 4 stories, like, yeah, we want 4 stories. We all want that. And then you realize that like going to 4 stories takes you to the next level of construction costs, and it becomes more costly. So we have the higher level of construction costs, but we can't actually earn the other additional return of going up. And then we have things like La Villa apartments where everybody's like, holy smokes, have you seen how much they cost? Well, the reason why they cost that much is because the construction cost, like the style of construction is very high and they can't go up, and we force commercial spaces on the ground floor that are sitting there vacant, and somebody has to subsidize all that crap. Like, there's a reason why we allow for higher, you know, going higher. That said, for me, it's not about the height. I'm less concerned about the height. I want to see more density because I want to see more units of housing being built. I don't want to necessarily see taller buildings. And I think the community is saying that too. They're reacting to images of tall buildings and they're saying, oh my God. And what they really want is affordability. And that's what I want. And that's one of the things when I look at some of these zonings like the MU1, and I see that it's still 30 units per acre, and we haven't seen a damn thing built at 30 units per acre. You know, 131 Liberty is sitting there at 30 units per acre, a ready-to-go project that can't pencil. You know, like, what can we learn from that? And then I see the MU1 come forward and it still is at 30 units per acre. I want to see that increased so that we can actually get a project built. And then, oh, by the way, if you allow them to build more projects on that same piece of land, that's when you're going to start to see, you know, actually unit prices coming down because they're earning more money on all the fixed costs that are there. You know, the land use is where we actually align our values as a city with our policies. And right now they're super out of alignment. 90% of our city is zoned for large lot, single family homes that no teacher in our city could afford. And yet we're here over the few parcels that are remaining where we can build multifamily housing that people can afford, and we're saying we're not going to do it because it's going to change, it's going to be change. And I just think that's like, we need to flip that on its head and stop thinking about the size of the building and start thinking about who we actually want to build housing for. Because one of the things that's frustrating to me is that we can't solve every problem here. We can't, you know, create home ownership opportunities. We've got to rely on other things. Because I don't want to just see a bunch of apartment buildings and a renter class that we're creating. I want to create opportunities for home ownership. And that honestly is going to require some state action to reform some bad policies that they have around construction defect laws, or some innovations here that I'd love to see us, you know, try and uncover, because I won't like it's just super frustrating for me to hear the focus on tall buildings as if they're the demon. And there's actually people living in there. There's customers for small businesses living in there. And all we can think about is like how tall the buildings are and how much traffic they're going to create. Not how many transactions they're going to make at downtown businesses. You know, like, I'm a real person. I'd live downtown with my kids. With that, I have some questions as well. One of my questions that I put in there was around how, if we're going to be changing lots, like, we don't want to lose grocery stores. How can we, and we're going about this, what tools do we have in our toolboxes to try and continue to have grocery stores if we're going to be redeveloping something like the old Lucky Shopping Center, or in this case, it's the grocery outlet, right? Like the grocery outlet is an incredibly affordable grocery store with affordable housing right across the street. How do we like try and, what tools do we have in our toolbox to say that when that gets developed, that there's a grocery store there so that people don't lose out on that and we don't create food deserts in the context of doing this?
As the team mulls that over, that's a great question. So anytime, we always think about unintended consequences. We put a lot of thought into if this, then that. The example I'm going to use is, taking a step back. How do we ensure that grocery stores are kept as part of any future redevelopment? Short answer is it's a little complicated. It would require, essentially, what you could do is come up with a zoning code that is so focused on wanting to retain. That's one way, but that's not going to force a Lucky's to stay there. I think one of the ways to keep a grocery store intact is to provide the appropriate density and the people to actually be customers. So long as you have the growth and you have the people that would benefit and shop and spend money at the grocery stores, in theory, the grocery store stays.
Okay.
So that's one option. The other option, we could look at something more specific with respect to the zoning code on, how do we really focus on the things or the types of businesses that would potentially be allowed or to stay. I think there's also unintended consequences with that if you make it so restrictive, but it's something we can look at in the zoning code.
Okay. And it might not be a regulatory thing. It might be an incentive, something like that. Next question. All cities are supposed to be, creating opportunities for SROs. How are we, theoretically SROs I have in here, would be denser than a traditional apartment building, but they could be within the same shell of an apartment building. How would we approach an SRO? Would it be the same density as an apartment building? Or is there anything specific to SROs that we have thought about?
So we actually have a land use policy, correct me if I'm wrong here, Ron, but we have a land use policy that allows density above the maximums and the designation for those kind of smaller units, novel configurations of housing to try to allow them to increase, go beyond the base density for that designation for
and
those type of uses.
And single residence occupancy, is that what SRO?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So that would be for perhaps tiny homes or, SROs or some of those different ideas.
Okay. And then can someone talk me through the MU1 density thought and why that hasn't changed? A ton of our city is zoned for this, right? And we really have not seen much of it, right? So can you help me understand that?
Yeah, so, excuse me. So a lot of the places that are currently zoned MU1 are actually kind of under discussion as part of this tonight. And whenever we get to the other parts of the discussion, the corridors and the centers. So pending this discussion, we're actually left with a lot less than what we're starting with, because a lot of the areas that we kind of honed in on as opportunities for potential intensification are some of the existing MU1s. So of the areas we're kind of looking at on our map, we're currently left with only a handful of areas that are actually MU1. So that we kind of intentionally stepped up some of the MU1 to the next level, 1 or 2 levels higher. So that was an intentional move to boost that density. We also raised the height of MU1 from it's currently at sort of 2 or 3 with a step back to 2. We raised that intentionally to 3 stories to be a little more permissive. So we did kind of try to take a surgical look at some of those mixed-use 1 areas. We could take another pass if you feel like there are some specific areas you feel like are meriting a change.
I'll be clear, I guess. I'm not aware of many MU1 that we have even seen built recently. And I'm wondering why we're not looking at actually the provision itself and changing the density. I'm not looking to increase the height. I'm looking to try and create a pathway to actually seeing something get built with that zone.
I think the one place I can think of that and then I'll hand it back to you, Troy, that has, I believe that is what, and I don't know what it's called, the housing at Deer Creek Village at Rainier and McNair. I believe that's MU1B is one of the MU1s currently comes to mind.
Okay. It just doesn't feel like, it's not like it's a pedestrian oriented. It's not in the, in these zones that we're looking at here. And I just, it feels like we're setting ourselves up to see a lot more of the same, which is nothing in the MU1 with the current, unless we figure out what would change something like that.
Yeah, so for instance, a lot of the MU1 you find along East Washington or the Boulevard North. So a significant number of those parcels we're proposing to kind of bump up to the next tier. I would say some of the reason you haven't seen MU1 develop is you have very small parcels that can be challenging to develop with a podium style or sort of a higher density due to the small dimension of the parcel. So there's not necessarily an easy solution to those kinds of parcels that would be solved by density alone. But yeah, again, we could take a closer look at some of the existing MU1, but we did try to bump those up where we thought it seemed reasonable and appropriate.
Okay. Great. I'll table my questions on that. Thanks.
Councilmember Cater Thompson, anything to add at this time?
I have more comments than probably questions, and I think we need to have more for sale housing, and I'm not talking about just single housings, but condo units, and that is a state problem because of people don't want to build them because of the state law, and that is a major problem why we don't have them here. There would be a lot of people, I think, that would want to live by the SMART station, but I really don't want to see rental housing. I rather see for sale housing with different tiers, first-time home buyers, moderate, and maybe higher income. And I think that for way too long, that SMART station is sitting there vacant. And if we want to really have economic development in our town, that area is the area that we need to focus on to make sure housing gets there. And I had a conversation the other day with Eddie with SMART on that. And, there's different ways that we can go, but so far it's not working out to go with low income. And I think that we need to have a mix down there. And I agree with many of the speakers talking about the different types of mixed housing. And I just want to know how we can be successful with that. I have a concern about height. I don't have a problem with 6 stories, and maybe by where the CVS is, if that eventually is redeveloped, maybe that's where higher density could go, because I don't think it would be as visual for people. It would be close to the SMART station, but I think we really need to get housing so people can purchase, and not everybody wants a single family home. A lot of people rather have a condo. What I have is if you have for sale smaller condos, how many people from San Francisco are going to come up and snap those up and have them as weekend homes? And how do you prevent that from happening? But I do think we need to look at more residential housing for people to purchase. And then the other thing is, it's really the zoning, that we have these big McMansions in areas And we're not talking about, the area over by off Caulfield and Cronella, which there's a lot there that is zoned for a 6,000 square foot home, and yet you could have a lot of row houses there, and it's right by the old Adobe School District, right by schools. People are not as interested in huge homes, but they would like just a house to own and make sure that there's parks by, so you're utilizing the park instead of having big backyards or front yards. And so I think zoning is a real problem, and I think that we need to have a mix of all different housing, but I'm really supportive of starting to figure out how we can get first-time home buyers and moderate home buyers and people that want to live in dense areas. And I do believe there's a lot of people, but until we start addressing the smart station, we want the economic development in our downtown, but we also want people to use the SMART train. And everybody in this room knows what it looks like. If you get off there and you want to walk at night, it's not safe. And it's not safe not because people are around there that I'm worried about. It's just not safe because it's dark and the sidewalks and the cuts and everything else, because it's old. It's been there for a long time. I support going with 6 stories. It can be discretionary review in the downtown. And I think if you cut it short and just continue with the 4 stories, as I said before, our historic downtown would never be built today if it could only be at 4 stories. The difference of heights really makes the town interesting. I am concerned about view sheds. Like I said, I really like coming down Oak Street and seeing, that just spectacular view of Hunt Barrens. And so I think we need to look at that in every area that we're building. And then there's areas that are more of a concern for that than other areas. But I really think if we're talking about economic development for this town to be successful, we've got to start working on that smart station, because when I was on the council a long time ago, that was an area that we were talking about being developed. And I'm just really tired of 30 years later, 25 years later, we're still talking about the same parcel. And I think something can be done. And then as far as smart, when you're saying that it doesn't really take you to San Francisco, well, how people work is different. One of the big things about SMART, because it's free for seniors and kids, is the 12 o'clock train to Old Town in Santa Rosa, because it's called the Grossman Express. About 100 people get off that train because they go down there and they have lunch. And so you look at that in Petaluma, if our smart station was developed in that area, we'd be having the same thing, that people would be coming here during the week, not just on weekends. And so I think these are areas that we need to really focus on and be serious about how this can be accomplished. And I did have a conversation, as I said the other day, with SMART on their participation and what their need is. And I think that we can, I think this can happen. And I think, and that's it for now.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I don't want to bring up Oyster Cove, but that was near the smart station we really thought was going to help with some of this housing solution, because it was going to be condos and people were going to be able to purchase them. Some of my friends were even thinking of downsizing their houses on the east side and west side and moving into one of those so they could walk to downtown. And so I don't know where we're going with the future of that area, but that's still in question. Like I said, 15 years ago, we were really trying to push a development within that smart station, and we couldn't get through the smart code. And it was very frustrating because it would have been a wonderful, it was really before its time, 15 years ago. We have a lot of buildings downtown that have large square footage. We have 2 empty banks on pretty big lots, and we could really think about some creativity in those areas and incubator businesses, and like we've seen in those what is it, Urban Chat or Know Before You Grow videos, they had some really unique where it's apartments or, housing, not large units that were pretty small, but then they had like areas in the middle that were for gathering spaces and not too high because they had little gardens and areas, and again you're going to have your shadows, but they also had like coffee houses and incubator businesses down below, and they were using some of the old buildings and creating them. But we need to think outside the box with what we already have. We have these empty lots with these big large banks that aren't going to come back because banking isn't done that way anymore. They're close to the smart station, and they're near residential, but they're also near historic downtown. So we need to combine the two. I do not want to see going over 4 stories because of the shadowing. And my first apartment was inside of Victorian on Howard Street, and it was we only moved because we were expecting our first child and we needed 2 bedrooms. And then when the second child comes along, we moved to the east side because we needed more square footage. So, and I wanted to be near the schools that I could walk to. So we need to think outside the box. Some of these older buildings like Sienna Antiques, I don't know if they're going to ever get one large tenant. They might have to be broken up. There's a lot of apartments above those buildings downtown on Petaluma Boulevard. I know above Gales, above Seared, the old Grazianos, there's apartments up there and people love them, just like the lofts in the theater district. So we need to think about those creativity things and think outside the box for the future. So that's my 2 cents. Doesn't answer anybody's questions, but I don't know how we can get to that.
Well, you're right there. This whole thing is sort of anecdotal about our experiences and what we see going on, what's possible here. I know someone said, "Wait, we're waiting for the perfect." We're not waiting for the perfect. We're waiting for something. And like I see a friend who gets divorced and they're renting a room in a house for $1,800 a room in a house. I see someone with an that's moving into an ADU as a couple, and it's $2,500 a month. And that's before we even talk about getting your own apartment or getting your own house. Right now, we graduate over 900 high school seniors a year, and in 10 years, they've coupled up. They want a house. It's 450 units, call it, every year. You can subtract mortality from that if you wish or not. But over the last 6 years, we've opened about 112 new units per year, and that includes the 60 units at Montero and the 25 units at Cott's Tiny House. So we're less than 100 units a year, and we're graduating 450 need a year just locally. We talk about general density. The city's plan includes general density. I got to give credit to Councilman Barnacle for pointing this out. What we're talking about in this room is about the change factors. Those other things about the general density, the state has taken care of. I mean, the state has taken a hammer to almost all housing policy, and general density is one of the things with extra ADU, lot split. Everything is prescribed already. What we're talking about is what can we achieve? Nothing is being achieved. We're in a housing crisis. We're in a financial crisis for our young people. Boomers' kids are the first generation that don't do better in America. So what we're looking at is whether our kids, or even deciding to have kids on the basis of the security, it's back to Maslow, and what are your security needs? You need to have a house. And there's so much income inequality in our community. We look at the tech folk in town who are making nice bucks, going to a restaurant where someone makes not nice bucks. So, how do we provide for everybody in our community? We mentioned teachers, but there's just so much range of housing that's needed. Karen and I have been visiting with a person who wants to develop a condo complex. We've also seen condos and other things. It's sort of coming back. People are putting their foot in that water because that's a market that could work. The city has waived impact fees on affordable housing to try and encourage it into there. So we've talked about right-sizing our fees, but that happens after the general plan gets into place, so that the impact fees aren't the burden, that they're on the right housing structure pays the right impact fee rather than big and small, both paying big fees. The Housing Land Trust, Sonoma County Housing Land Trust is an awesome organization and a strong partner with the city. Every development that comes in, multi-use condo complexes and things like that, they get housing into that. We looked at city-owned property where we could put them into it. But the risk is you're walking into a neighborhood that thinks this is parklands because it's undeveloped. And you're saying we want to put in affordable housing. The pushback by public is so hard. We're not waiting for perfect. We're hoping for some. We're trying to engage with something. The banks that we're referring to, are they part of the overlay that we're talking about? And then we mentioned David Baker. David Baker's all lined up to come to Petaluma to do a charrette, fancy word for workshop, a charrette on the Smart Station property. We've lined up top talent to try and do things. We just need to figure out what the guidelines are for what we're doing and start the public conversation on specific big projects. I am concerned about height at some point, and that whole affordable housing what does it get you? So are we talking about 8 stories? We think we can entice 8 stories of market rate, or are we thinking that at 8 stories it's a mix of market and affordable?
Well, our inclusionary housing requirement is a minimum of 15% affordable for all of our market rate, and there's a lot of
6 floors.
A lot of conversation about why do we have so much market rate units, and why are we getting so much more of that? And part of that is the way we get a lot of our affordable is through our inclusionary requirement. So every 15%, you've got the other 85 is market rate. So luckily we've had some great projects with our community partners for 100% affordable, like the new Midpen project or
River Place is coming online this summer.
Right, that Burbank property on Petaluma Boulevard South. I mean, so we've had some great 100% affordable, but part of that you hear people talk about, that we have too much market rate, is also, that's the only kind of tool we have to get the affordable in our zoning code. So
I am a little concerned about 8 stories of affordable allowing higher stories than that. So I don't know how we keep the balance so that we top out at 8, we don't offer 8.
So one way to do that would be to bring it down, and then so part of, if the project, so we're looking at Smart Station 33 up to 33 feet through state density bonus law. So we could do the math and essentially subtract the 33 feet from 8 stories. I think that would be the most straightforward. I think there's also the unintended consequence there of then you're sort of bringing down market rate development down to that, and then making it potentially less.
So I think I need to hear more about that as we proceed. I'm uncomfortable at that level. Yeah. And then I think some of the material we've seen tonight, does it rezone any of the historic district, downtown district? Does it increase the density in the downtown or height in the downtown? I mean, the Smart Station plan, the Smart plan includes, call it the east side of Petaluma Boulevard. Is that what it includes? Includes right at the Petaluma Boulevard?
It goes to the Golden Eagle site.
Doesn't cross the river?
I don't think so.
We have a graphic that shows something here.
The area we're discussing for the downtown Smart doesn't cross the river, and so it's outside of historic districts. I believe there's one parcel that overlaps between the overlay and the historic district, but that's not.
Well,
that's,
one of the things to mention is there is an increased density. So we are increasing density in a lot of our existing designations. So even if your designation is kind of a lateral shift and you're still 4 stories and you're still mixed use, for instance, our downtown mixed use designation is proposed to increase to a maximum of 45 units, where it's 30 now. It's still limiting the height to 4 stories, but it is increasing the density, and that's also how you get smaller units. If you can fit more units in the same form, it encourages you to do smaller units. So some of these things play into some of the tools. What are the levers that the city has to encourage different sizes? You know, it's the fees, it's the raising density, even if you're not increasing height. Those are some of the levers that the city does have to try to incentivize a wider range and smaller units and a larger variety of housing types.
Yeah, that is the whole opportunity angle I think we're looking for, without the loss of something in a historic district, the nature of that. And that was me, and you good? And you do. We're kind of home stretch, so.
I'll be as quick as I can.
Oh, do we need to think about?
This might be an opportune time to ask for a vote on passing the 11 o'clock hour.
I'll second that.
And we have a motion by now and a second by Cater Thompson, and by acclaim, can we say, let's get through this? Let the record reflect it's 6 out of 7, which shows declining.
Not declining. Yeah, no.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so a lot of my thunder got stolen by the public, but thank you for bringing it all up. I did go back through my notes on the economic summit from the other day, and that was put on by Dr. Eiler, who's a professor at SSU in economics. His chart that showed that population growth in Sonoma County would be stagnant goes through the year 2060. So we're expecting another 35 years of really not that much growth here, according to him. It's not me, it's according to him and the data that he's collected from pretty reputable sources. The other thing I found in there that I think is applicable is, we really ought to be focused on land use in Petaluma that helps create jobs here. He pointed out in one of his graphs that Sonoma County is lagging drastically behind, not just in the North Bay, but in the whole state. And we're well behind the average, and so I think we're really struggling there. I was wondering if staff could bring up slide 39 again on the presentation. Yep, that's the one. So, a lot of people have talked about sense of place tonight, and I don't know about the rest of the room, but none of those buildings look anything like Petaluma. I think we all live here because we love it, because of the way it looks, because it is a small town, it has that charm, and nothing in that slide, which is what's being proposed around the SMART station, is Petaluma. So, then I want to talk a little bit about AB 2097 and, what that more or less says. I think most of us know, but anything within a half mile of major public transit does not require any parking. So there's no real incentive for a developer to have any sort of parking. You're going to end up with cars all over the place, especially if these are 8-story buildings that look like that. The entire downtown would be parked up with just one of those buildings in that spot. And I think that, I disagree that housing at the station is good for economic development. I think that The idea behind housing at the station is that people will use the train to get to work. But are they going to go to the Corona station to get to work? No, they're going to go to another city to work. They're not going to be working in Petaluma. And, we want them to. And so I don't think that that's economic development for Petaluma. And if you want to talk about, economic development and housing and stuff, I think this ties in with the overlays. Look at the south end of the boulevard. You've got a lot of new housing down there, apartments, different sized houses, and it's still economically dead down there on the south end of town. There's restaurants that are struggling, small businesses. So I don't think that tall, dense, thick housing is going to help very much, as it's been suggested. I think this is a question for Eric. I'd like to know what the rules and consequences of housing density bonus concessions and laws are, and kind of under what conditions, do these housing rules affect height limit? And does this mean that, there might be projects where an applicant does something right over the counter without CEQA or a public hearing? I think we really need to hear more about that, because Kevin started to touch on it, but I think that's very important when we consider what, 8-story buildings that can go potentially much, much higher.
Please.
So that's something we'd have to provide follow-up information on. It's really complicated. It's affordable housing that triggers the density bonuses, and then there are concessions, and there's also economic factors that sort of weigh the other way in terms of limiting, height and size. We've seen proposals. There have been proposals for really high projects in places like Santa Monica and stuff. We haven't really seen them in the North Bay. I don't know if that means we would never, but anyway, I think there are some resources, and we can add to them as needed to provide that background information for the council so that they can take it into account when they're making these decisions. But it's really, that is state law, and it's so that it's important information, but it's not something that the changes in the state laws have been to not just impose these different incentives, but they've really been to make what used to be local decisions statewide concerns that even charter cities like Petaluma can't regulate differently from the state. So I think those questions are ones that are important information to be aware of, but they're the city council is going to have limited control over those potential impacts.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying, I guess, is I think we're not making the decision tonight, but we're making recommendations. And I think that understanding is very important as we make recommendations. And I think the dismissive argument that these cases don't come along very often is I don't think that's
only one thing
That's
only one issue I'm raising. What I'm saying, though, is it's state law that we can't change. It's important to be, I think for us to be aware of the different ways that affordable projects can expand, and we can share that information with the council. But it's not something that we can't change those regulations, but we can be aware of them.
Right, we can't change them, but as Kevin started saying, Brian answered a little bit. One of the ways to counteract that would be to make it 4 stories, make a 4-story limit, so that it can only go up maybe 6 stories.
Let me try and bring in more staff conversation on this.
So I want to bring up a couple things. You asked a question, Councilmember DeCarli, about projects that don't have a public hearing or discretionary review or CEQA. So we had 2 projects in Petaluma that came in under SB 35. It was the project, the Mid-Penn project on Petaluma Boulevard North, and the Burbank project that's under construction on Boulevard South. Those both came in under SB 35, which is a state streamlining requirement for cities that are not meeting targets at approximately halfway through their RHNA cycle. And so Petaluma was not for their affordable units, and so it's a state mandate. Those came through. They are exempt from CEQA, and they are exempt from public hearings. We had great partners with both of those projects. We did community meetings. They came to the Planning Commission voluntarily to get an input from Planning Commission. I believe they both had density bonuses as part of their applications, but it was for, and I can't remember what exactly it was for, how many units, the specifics, but neither of them were to add 40 feet of height or, double density, or it was for some variation because they were 100% affordable. So those are two like real life examples of projects that did come through Petaluma. They did qualify under provisions for streamlining. We, really worked with those housing providers, and I think it got more engagement. I don't know if everyone would say they're their favorite projects in town. I don't know, but they were not as scary or as they didn't just pop up and nobody knew about them. We were able to engage them and get participation. So
yeah, no, thanks, Heather. But I mean, my point too is not leaving the door wide open for that maximum worst case scenario. So that's why I think as we go through the exercise, it's, we can protect ourselves so that Petaluma can grow and develop the way that it wants to, not what the state necessarily says that we should.
And I think your point is well taken, and I think it's expressed by several council people. And I think I'd like the staff to roll that into comments for its next presentation coming to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, and then I just have one last thing to say then. Or did you have a comment?
I was just going to say, so in other words, we can come, we're here to get feedback from the council about what they need going forward with the general plan decision-making process.
Benefit of a workshop.
And, right. And one of the things I'm hearing is that we need to be able to contextualize building heights in terms of what's possible under the state density bonus law, which we can certainly do.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, that coupled with figuring out ways to make Petaluma in charge of growth, not the state.
And I think every city in the state is wrestling with that same problem, not only in their general plan, but in every application. So you had one more question?
I just had one more comment. It's about something that was mentioned earlier. I don't think that we can disregard what the people already living here in Petaluma want in their town. You can't just tell them tough luck, deal with it for some reasons that were mentioned earlier, because all those people that live here in Petaluma live here because it's a small town. That's why they want to be here. They want to live in a town full of heritage, to be able to see the hillsides when they drive around. And if they wanted to live in a dense, large city with no sense of place, I think that they would do that. So I think we need to protect what we've got here. Eight stories. Anything close to that, anything really above 4 or 5 stories, I don't think it has any place in Petaluma. I mean, the only things that should be that tall in Petaluma are grain elevators and silos.
Okay, thank you. Anyone with, Frank, take it away.
Yeah, just a few quick comments. I wanted to respectfully just sort of speak again real quickly on the population growth that was talked about. It is true. We did hear about the sort of the concerning population growth, but that was all in the context of it doesn't have to be that way. There are as communities, we can counter the population sort of catastrophe that's heading our way by building vibrant and resilient economies in our community. And I think that's really an important aspect of it. I'd also like to respectfully say, I hope to, maybe in 10 or 15 years, downsize, and I would live in one of those buildings. If one of those buildings were next to the SMART station, I would happily live in one of them. And I also agree with the comments where, we need to build homes that people can build equity in. So, right, wrong, or indifferent, it's an important part of our, sort of financial and economic structure, and it does build into community, and so home ownership is important. I'd also like to, just going back to giving feedback on the downtown area. When I look at the presentation, what I see is, I think it's slide 29. We have the existing general plan. There were some alternatives that were proposed. There was community feedback that in large part gave a thumbs down. And then we come back and, so the recommendation for the downtown area is essentially no change. And then we move over to the SMART station. We see what it is. There was an alternative for a really dense area. The community, there was some opposition to it, and so the recommendation was a scaled back version of that. That scaled back version had a very small section of it that would allow for 8 stories. I share Kevin's concern and some of the other concern that 8 stories could turn into something that we don't want, and so I would be, and I also think the closer you get to downtown, we need to scale back the height. And if you look at the modified alternative 1 version, when you get up against the river, it goes from a T6 down to a T5, and I think that approach of stepping it back a little bit is appropriate. So I like the proposed alternatives that staff gave. I would take that STMU section and probably suggest that it's not go beyond a T6. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Tribbs?
Okay, 2 things. One just on population and the expectations, again, from the meeting the other day, the prediction that we heard at the Economic Summit is that all of us white folks at 60, 80 will be gone in 20, 30 years. We will be replaced by mostly young Hispanic folks, and this town's going to turn into 60 to 7% Hispanic within the next 30 years. So there's going to be a different set of people here entirely within 30 years, different age group, and there'll be replacements for us coming from Southern California, moving up here. But so I think we're going to see some major changes happening, even though our population may not, it is going to increase, I think, but it's going to be very different from what we're seeing today. So that's one of the things that they were talking about, that right now we're living in a bubble here of older, whiter folks, wealthy, that have the homes, and that's going to transition. So we really need to build the city out for the next 30 years for a different population than lives here now. So that's one of the things we really have to work on and be thinking about. It's not going to be the same. The last thing I would like to suggest is I'd like to move to adjourn. It's been 6 hours. We're getting late. It's getting hard to pay attention to
Let me
things.
see if we can get to the wrap up here, but that's a really great point. I appreciate you bringing that up. I think we're all over the place. I think we're putting it in your lap for another reboot on this. Does that sound about right?
Okay, so starting with the downtown sub area, what is proposed is no change from existing, other than the increase in density, but that's part of the designation, but no increase in height. and leave the overlay as a discretionary review process as recently introduced by the council. So I guess I would start there.
Yeah, I think it leaves a little bit of work on the table yet, and I appreciate all of you for putting that effort in.
So I guess that's one to, is it possible to get a straw poll if we're on the right track with leaving that and not intensifying the designation as part of the general plan process?
Well, I would say we leave it at it as is, but as it currently is without the overlay that's in motion.
There's a density proposal. Could you recap where we are on this for the downtown use?
So the downtown, as in the recommendation, is to keep it an equivalent land use. I believe it's called downtown mixed use, which stays at 4 stories, but it does allow an increased density up to 45 units an acre, which is, as I previously mentioned, encouraging smaller units, some of the things we talk about for downtown housing. It would leave the overlay as introduced by the city council as a discretionary review process. If at the time the zoning code update comes through, the council has full discretion to sunset that ordinance as part of that zoning code update, or keep that ordinance in as part of the zoning code update.
So I think I have you as a no, is that correct? And then Frank? Yes? John? Too tired to go on in tonight? And you're an yes, and you're a yes, and you're a yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. The other one would be the downtown smart station, and I heard a lot of different feedback on that. That is some change, some staying the same, some going up as by right to 6 stories and a small area up to 8 stories. I feel like I heard probably more of a majority saying no 8 stories. But so that would be that area that is the station area mixed use staying at the T6.
Yeah, I think, yes.
Question on that. Can we, T6, it doesn't have any density on it, is that accurate? Or what? T6 in this has 95. If we make T6 125, then I guess. Because like we're just assigning density to height in this thing, right? But like there's the other alternative too of like keeping the height where it is and just increasing the max density, right?
Right, so the T6 would go to urban core mixed use, which goes up to 95 units an acre. So you're saying take the density of station area mixed use.
Or just take the height down to 6 floors, but keep the station mixed use and don't move it to T6, right? Because what I think the council does want is density there, and I think what the council is concerned about is the height. So if we keep the density there, but we reduce the height.
So you could do the station, good, I'm following. So the small area of station area mixed use would stay, but the height would come down to a max of 6, is another way to.
I think we need a quick straw poll on that. Yes, I got a nod from John, and I got nods here.
Okay, so that, it sounds like there's a majority, keep it as the station area mixed use, but bring the height down of the station area mixed use to 6 stories.
Okay. Any other areas on the downtown?
I don't think so. I think that's.
And I think that's going to wrap us up for, I think it's been
yes.
a lot of work. I'm sorry it's so long, but I mean, now we have another day to come back and enjoy the second half of this. And with that, I'd want to remind everybody that we're adjourning in memory of Mike Gonzalez. Thanks so much. Good night.